he comes. Luku imekubali, jakubali.
Andresi, si mnakumbuka Bambika show niko hapa mambo. So hii song ni ya shule, nimeimba na my wife. Karibu sana. Dora ni karibu. Kabete yetu shule ya maarifa. DJ ngoja my queen afike. Wapi makofi yake? Wapi makofi? So I am your soldier here GTB. Bajina ni Andres Nangiro. DJ twende akikujanga. Twende DJ. Nipe sound.
Yeah. Andres Nangiro. Kabete yetu nyumba ya maarifa, mahali pa ndoto na mafanikio tele. Tangu mwaka wa 1924 unaongoza Kenya kwa elimu na ujuzi, waandishi wabunifu na wajasiriamali wote wamechipuka kutoka kwako kwa fahari. Tunaenda mbele tukiwa na moyo moja kwa jina lako, tunasimama imara. Wito wetu kwa jina mwaminifu, tabete kwako ina watu wazazi wetu, wanataifa letu ina waminifu, tabete yetu.
Wapi makoni?
Tabete kwako ina watu wazazi wetu, wanataifa letu ina waminifu, tabete yetu. Tunajivunia kutoka Nairobi hadi Kenya mzima, jina lako lasikika kwa heshima. Utafiti, ubunifu na teknolojia vinatufundisha kujenga maisha bora kwa maarifa na ujuzi wa mikono. Tunajenga kesho yenye matumaini, tukiwa na moyo moja kwa jina lake, tunasimama imara. Ndio wito wetu kwa bidii na uaminifu. Tabete kwako ina watu wazazi wetu, wana wa taifa letu ina waminifu, tabete yetu. Tunajivunia wewe. Tabete kwako ina watu wazazi wetu, wana wa taifa letu ina waminifu, tabete yetu. Tunajivunia wewe. Tunasonga mbele kwa umoja, tukiwa na dira ya kesho. Tabete ni chuo ya mfano, kikijenga taifa la kesho. Mioyo yetu iko pamoja kwa fahari na heshima. Wana wa taifa letu ina uaminifu, tabete yetu. Tunajivunia wewe. Wana wa taifa letu ina uaminifu, tabete yetu. Tunajivunia wewe.
Bwana sifiwe. Hiyo ni kiwanja tu. Bado tutarudi baadaye. Tuna program. Tuko tuna brush tu. Haya. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Wapi makofi ya Andrezi tafadhali? Let's appreciate Andrezi. Ametumbia wimbo maridadi sana wa Kabete National Polytechnic. Makofi yake tafadhali. Makofi haitoshi. Let's appreciate Andrezi pamoja na Mama Andrezi. Thank you so much Andrezi. Asante sana. Thank you. Wana Kabete, Kabete iko Wakisii ndani ya nyumba. Iko Wakisii ndani ya nyumba. Nikere. Awako ati Kabete kuna Wakisii? Wacha tuone kama kuna Wakisii ama wako. Twende DJ.
Nkere 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 nkere.
Kebengya nkuria mangaize
Mangaize kebengya kura kebengya kura mangaize 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 baba motengera nyangweso din din din.
Nyangweso ya chaya bolia
Nyangweso ya chaya Nyangweso ya njonga bolia ya bolia ya bolia baba motengera nyangweso din din din.
Bolibu wa baba keyande
Bolibu wa baba Bolibu wa baba keyande 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 baba motengera nyangweso din din din.
Ebu ambia wanyangalili.
Maemba baba matongoro matongoro maemba baba baba matongoro matongoro baba motengera nyangweso
Check one, two. All right, asante sana Kayamba, asante sana. Please let's appreciate them with a round of applause tafadhali. Makofi kwao. Asanteni, asanteni sana. Good morning ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Najua kuna baridi lakini jamani, good morning. That feels better. I want you to turn to the person sitting next to you because najua mmeketi tu. You've not even said hi. You do not know who is sitting next to you. Just turn to the person sitting next to you and say, good morning, my name is so and so. Please do that. Mwambie MC amekupatia ruhusa. Very nice, very nice. This is how you network. Those of you who are single, this is how you go home hopeful, okay? All right, so my name is Andrin Kilemi. I'll be your MC for today. I am a broadcast journalist, and it is my greatest pleasure to be with you this morning on the 4th International Research Conference, Skills Competition, Innovation, Career Guidance, and Expo. Under the theme, Transforming TVET in Kenya for Market-Ready Skills, Employability, and Sustainable Development. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I'd like to invite on stage our first panel who will be discussing academia linkages and the future of work. Are you ready for them? Are you? Just by a show of hand, please. Are you ready for them? No or yes? Yes or no? Which one? Ama mko hapo katikati? Hata amueleweki, mko vuguvugu jamani. But I will invite on stage the moderator for that panel, Magdalene Mwachofi, who is the principal Nachu. Magdalene Mwachofi, if you're in the building. Yes, please come on stage. Magdalene will be moderating this first panel. And our panelist for this first panel, which is Academia Linkages and the Future of Work, is Mr. Musa Opuk, who is the Manager, Industrial Training Development, NITA. Karibu sana Bwana Musa, where are you? Yes, karibu Bwana Musa. We have Gideon Murenga from GIZ. Karibu sana Murenga, I see you. We have Professor Kioni. Prof, karibu sana on stage. And we have Ruth Nthenya Mailu, who is the Director, Local Placements and Internships, NEA. And lastly, we have Mr. Francis Wahome, who is the Chairman, ASMAC. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our first panel, even as we wait for our guest of honor to arrive. Makofi kwao tafadhali. Asanteni, asanteni.
Good morning, everybody. As you have heard, my name is Magdalene Mwachofi. I'm the principal of Nachu Technical and Vocational College. It's not very far from Kabete. And we are here to discuss the core of our TVET training. And in this case, I will invite all our panelists. Our panelists will give a brief introduction of themselves. They tell us who they are, what they do, and what relationship they have with the TVET, and especially what they do and its relationship with the TVET. So I'll start immediately on my right. Bwana Murenga, kindly introduce yourself, what you do, how it's related to TVET, etc. Amen.
All right, thank you, moderator, and I'm glad to be here today. So my name is Gideon Murenga. I work with GIZ, which is the German Agency for International Cooperation. I'm the national coordinator for the Dual TVET project. And Dual TVET is a project that brings together the industry to work with TVET institution in addressing issues of relevance of training, so that then the young people who are able to go through TVET are able to graduate and come up with skills that are relevant for the world of work. And this is important because we have been having this challenge a lot on skills mismatch, which has been a conversation that has taken place in our nation for a long time. We talk about young people going through training, but then when you come out, the employer says you do not have the skills that they need. So how do we marry the industry together with the institution during training so that before you graduate, then you have the skills that the industry requires? So that is the work that I do. So we work with a number of TVET institutions. About 100 TVET institutions are responsible for rolling out the program in Kenya. It has been there for more than 5 years. And what we have seen is that graduates who have come out of the dual TVET program are actually plug and play. None of them has ever had a challenge in getting a job, because for the industries, it has always been easy. It's a plug and play because you already have the skills that the industry require. You're already oriented to the newest technology in the industry. So that is just in brief what I do on a day-to-day basis. And the topic is about industry-academic linkage, which touches squarely on what I do. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of your conference. My name is Professor Dirango Kioni. I'm from Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. I've been involved in, I think it's important to also add, I'm an engineer, and I have worked in industry and in academia for the last, I think, almost 40 years. So I bring the perspective of reflecting on maybe the things that we have done right, the things that we have not done right, and building on that experience to try to create a better future for the young people. So I have worked with TVET institutions. I have been a chairman of the one of the TVET institutions, Nyandarua Institute of Science and Technology, as it used to be called, and became Nyandarua Polytechnic. I've also been vice chancellor of Dedan Kimathi University, where I was involved in building the institution from scratch. I'm currently, and I was there for 14 years, 15 years as the vice chancellor and the principal and CEO. So I'm currently working with colleagues from the United Nations to again figure out how we can help Africa quickly transform the science, technology, and innovation, knowledge, and resources available in the world to bring about a rapid transformation of our continent. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Ruth Mailu from National Employment Authority. What we do in National Employment Authority, we work closely with the youths, especially the job seekers, those who are in training institutions, and employers, and also the training institutions. Our major clients are the youth, the employers, and the training institutions. We register job seekers in there. We facilitate their placement in the job market. We also do a lot of labor market information so that we are able to advise the government on policies of training, curricula, on the skills that the job market it requires. So we have the National Employment Authority is the link between the job seeker, the training institution, and the employers. In the world of work, we are able to get the information from both the demand and the supply to enable, to ensure that there are no skill mismatches. And what we do basically for the, while we link with the training institutions, the TVET and the vocational training institution, we do a lot of career guidance and counseling, mentorship to the students. And also we link them to, after graduation, we are able to link them to the job market. We have a portal where we encourage youths to register upon graduation so that we are able to link them to the job market. The portal I would want to share is www.naims.go.ke. And currently, we are also undergoing some transformational, structural transformation, because we have realized the current job world is so dynamic due to technological changes, the use of AI, and as is now we are working towards ensuring that we have a ready job seeker who has all the skills. We are talking of skill related jobs. We are not talking, currently we are not talking about the traditional certification. We are looking for a job seeker or a youth who has this, the hands-on skills which are ready for the market. So we work closely with the training institutions, TVET, to and walk them through on the skills that the market needs. And with the technological changes, we are encouraging TVETs also to transform from the traditional trainings to adapt what the world of work is looking for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So briefly also, give us your introduction.
Good morning, everybody. My names are Francis Wahome. I'm the chairman of Association of Skilled Migrant Agents of Kenya. These are the agents that recruit you to take you abroad to get jobs. Our main job is to interact with the employer and employee. so that we can get which area needs what. Because we are the only people that knows exactly what the employer needs. Because employer abroad cannot come here and just outsource and know where you come from. We are the people who get what we call end-to-end business. Because we know if you need a welder, we know where to get a welder. And we know where this welder is needed. If we need the people who work in hospitality, we know where they are needed, in which country, and who needs them. We also do the ethical recruitment so that we make sure that your welfare is catered for. Your ethical recruitment means that you must be taken care of. You are being getting your salary where everything is in order so that you can be able to be where you are. We also link the institutions with the knowledge. We bring the knowledge. We get the tips of the first new techniques that are needed there outside. If right now we say that we have some new experience to do the welding maybe for the ships under the water, in the water. Maybe we don't have this one in Kabete Training Institute. We bring the expert and they explain to the Kabete Institute how to do this and to all the TVET. So we are the first right-hand people to get this information and to link. Ours is to linkage the institution to what the employer needs and the market where it's needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Musa Upuk. I work with the National Industrial Training Authority, NITA. And first of all, let me appreciate that you invited us here to share in this conference. So NITA, as a state corporation, is anchored on Industrial Training Act, Chapter 237, Laws of Kenya. And therefore, the platform we have today is very relevant to what we do. One of the things we do is industrial attachment, coordination on behalf of the government. And I look forward to a fruitful discussion in this session that many a time students leave here and go and look for attachments outside. But the Act has allowed us to register all employers in the country. And therefore, we have developed an ITAP, a portal, where we expect that students will be going and applying for attachment vacancies when they are still within the session, so that as they go out, the employers are able to place them so that as you go home for some vacation, you know where you are going to. And even you don't need to come to NITA so that you get a placement letter to an employer for industrial attachment. We will be discussing that further. Based on industrial training developments we do in the country, one of the things that is very key is the experience that students are exposed to in the industry, because it really cultivates into employability. And therefore, if you look at ILO recommendation 208 on quality apprenticeship, the Act allows us to register all the apprenticeship programs in the country. And therefore, we look forward to embedding the students as they are still in school or under studies. As they move out, they are able even to land on good apprenticeship program. One of them is called graduate apprenticeship, which is given to students after they have exited studies. It gives them an opportunity for about 6 to 12 months to get a workplace exposure, to sharpen the skills that they got from school, to embed them into workplace. So we are looking forward to working together with you so that we can bridge the gap. If you look at the tenets or the objects of work-based learning, it was supposed to reduce theoretical knowledge learned in the schools and embed in the workplace learning, where apprenticeship program has a majority of time being at the workplace than in the institution. So that link between institutions and employers, because when we talk of employability, an employer must be engaged. And therefore, the Act is very clear on how we register apprenticeship programs to enhance whatever we are going to discuss today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I've been told that our session may not be so long because the CS has already arrived and he will be joining us shortly. So we have about 10 to 15 minutes to conclude our discussion. But in those few minutes, there is a lot we can say. And so I request that each of us takes about the 2 to 3 minutes to answer this question for us. Now, why is industry and academia linkage becoming more important in the future of work, and especially in our TVET institutions? Bwana Murenga.
Yeah, thank you for that very good question. So here we are talking about the so we are talking about the future of work here. And so when you talk about the future of work, what are we talking about? We all aware and know that the future of work is being affected by a rapid change on various things. There's a rapid change of technology. The future that we are looking at, we are talking about automation. These are some of the new things we are looking at in the world of work at the moment. We are talking about green skills. We are talking about evolving business models. So this is what the future of work looks like. But then we have to ask ourselves one question. Does our traditional teaching methodologies, are they keeping pace with these changes? And the answer is no. So there is a quick transition in automation. There's a quick transition towards evolving business models, but then our traditional approaches are not keeping pace with this. How do we close this gap? And this is where the industry institution linkage or the academia industry linkage comes into play. We need to work with industry to address issues and be able to catch up with these new needs in the new world order. We need to work with industry to be able to address issues of relevance of training. We need to integrate training within the workplaces. So it means the young people who are going through training at the moment need to be integrated within the industrial training places. That way you are able to catch up. You are able to know what are the latest technologies that are taking place. So that then when you move out of your training space, you still have skills that are relevant for the space you are talking about, for the world of work. So we need to work with industry to be able to close the bridge, the skills gap, so that we are able to catch up with what the future of world looks like. We need to look at institutions to be able to anticipate emerging occupation, rather than looking at it from a reactive point of view. Now, we usually have a situation where we deploy a reactive approach when it comes to addressing skills needs in the country. For example, you might hear somebody say, there are no plumbers in the country. And it will just come as a reaction or a remark. Then what happens? All institutions start running plumbing programs. And everybody out there now is trying to take a plumbing program. By the time you complete your training, there are 5,000 plumbers in the market. So that means there's a problem in planning. So how do we anticipate future or emerging occupations? So if we are going to look at it that way, that is what it means to look at the future of work. How are we going to anticipate emerging occupations as institutions? So how do we work with the industry also to promote innovation and just ensure that in everything that we train, are we looking at automation? Are we looking at green transition in that space? How are we embracing innovation in that space? So that's briefly how I'll be able to describe the importance of academia, industry linkage towards addressing the future of work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, when we discuss the future of work, sometimes I ask myself, what is this question we need to ask, or can we frame the question in a way that we are able to act on it, so that at the end of the day, we come up with interventions that work. what the TVET graduates and the TVET institutions and everybody in the education sector is concerned about is employability, specifically youth employability. So sometimes I think I would like to answer this question in a very indirect way. Do we believe that we can achieve 100% employment of the graduates coming from our TVET and university institutions? We were introduced, but the audience was not introduced. I assume that we have TVET students, we have TVET educators, trainers, and tutors. We have TVET managers, and we have a section of people from the industry. Is that a good assumption?
Prof, that is exactly the audience that we have.
Yeah, I think TVET is known for being very practical. So we need to ask ourselves that question. First of all, at the sector level, and then we can ask, if we ask that question at the sector level, we'll be able to then ask, yes, if we are going to achieve 100% employment of the graduates, which are these sectors that are going to absorb them? Then we can drill down and say, the construction industry will require so many people for the next 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and so on. Road construction will require this. If you look at the petroleum infrastructure that is coming up, it's going to require so many people, and so on. Then we can then say exactly what we need to do in that area. And you can go down, drill back to the department. If you are running a department in a TVET institution, are you aiming for 100% employment of your graduates? Because what I find is that we deal in this problem in a way that literally nobody is really responsible. You train people, and then we say it's the industry. The industry receives people, and then it says it's a TVET institution. Basically because there is no integration across, the vertical integration is not there, horizontal integration is not there, and so on. So if we ask ourselves those basic questions, then it's very easy. And we also need to ask ourselves as Kenya and people on this continent, the continent is not developed. There are all kinds of challenges, starting from the gate outside here. And then we say we have a youth bulge. Other people are looking at that resource and saying, come work for us. A good idea, maybe. On the other hand, we are not solving our problems. And we have these vast investments in infrastructure. And then we say we cannot get places for people to be absorbed in the industry. They are not enough. Of course, they can't be enough. We are not solving our problems. So we need to simplify this and start asking ourselves, are the training unit, those basic questions. So if I cut through that, because I've been doing this for almost over 30 years, what I'm currently doing the last, actually in the last 2 years, after retiring as a vice chancellor, is to take a group of young people and to identify industries and to start skilling and getting those people, those young people, to be ready for the industry. And the industry is not the industry that exists. It's to go sometimes to where the problems are and ask ourselves, how can we solve this problem? As we solve those problems, what skills do we need? As we then also build the skills and all that, we start asking ourselves, how do we create the enterprises? And we had hold them. So we need to integrate this, and we have succeeded. We've created companies just in the last 10 years, taking young people from the institutions, guiding them, providing them with the connections and so on. We are able to then create new enterprises, get people employed, and get transformation in a very, very, very short time. So I want to simplify the question, and this question of future of work. that way. And I say that because at another level, we are looking at the impact of AI. It's a nice topic to keep on discussing. But if you drill a little bit and ask ourselves, what has been happening with AI the last 10, 15 years? The agenda changes every year. So which agenda are we addressing? Is it the agenda of tomorrow, or the agenda of yesterday, or the agenda of 5 years ago? When you talk of AI. A few years ago, we were training the models. Now it's over. Now people are collecting data. Then the next thing we are told, do this, do something else. Because we are not in charge of that agenda. So there is a lot to talk about, but we need to simplify the questions.
Thank you so much, Prof. Nea, you are actually the ones on the ground doing this linkage from what the way you introduced yourself. So tell us.
Thank you. To answer that question on the future of work in relationship to the training institutions, especially TVET, we look at the structure or how the workplace, modern workplace is. And as Professor said, there is a rapid, the workplace is really evolving, and it's determined or shaped by 3 key issues, where we have the human engine collaboration, where now the employers are doing skill-fast hiring, then the distributed teams. When we look at what is happening currently in the workplace, world over, Kenya included, we need to ask ourselves, how are we as a country adapting to the rapid changes, especially in the technology, and also the need for new skills as we train our youth as we move towards the labor market. And we look at various issues, especially on how work moves, the human teams, the skills. We are currently having the borderless hiring, where you can work remotely within Kenya, but your employer is somewhere outside the continent. We also look at why we should have continuous learning and reskilling within ourselves. And also there is also the need to understand that as technology is evolving, we need also to catch up and evolve together with the technology. And here is how the strategies that we are looking at to be able to graduate youths or job seekers who are ready for the market. Number one is a country. We need to have collaboration between the employers, the training institutions, so that when we are developing the curriculum, we need to have collaboration of all the stakeholders that are in the world of workspace. We also need to embrace AI or embrace technology in such a way that we do not concentrate so much on the on the traditional training, like the current welders or plumbers. There are techniques that are being
Please
used.
summarize so that we have 3 minutes.
Okay, so what I can say is, as a student who is looking forward to go and to join the labor market, you have to learn how to be skill ready, because currently the market is looking for the soft skills: adaptability, communication, creativity, and problem solving. Are you able to solve a problem, to be to bring a change within the employment space? That is what I can say.
Thank you so much. Asmak, you are the Kazi Maju guys, who everybody here wants to hear about, how they can go wherever that you are taking them. Briefly.
Yeah. Labor migration as part of future work. International labor mobility is becoming an important component of employment creation. And so everybody needs to have a proper skill. And mostly what the institution are doing is that we must have a practical exposure. That remains the most effective way of preparing a student, like you people who are waiting here to get employment, for employment. Practical exposure. So industry and institutions like TVET must collaborate with the local industries to give you a practical part of it, because without exposure, without practical part of it, it is very hard for you to get that experience which is needed there. And once you go to the market, there is nobody is ready to have no time to keep you in the training you again. So for preparation, you must be able to do it in the institution, and so that we can get the proper proper training. Institution should strengthen monitoring and evaluation of the industry attachment. So exposure is real, and environment help students understand workplace expectation before graduate. So you must get this experience before graduate. Students should understand international workplace, because mostly of we agents, we do the placement as Maju, as you have heard our moderator said. So that students should understand international workplace culture, language, requirement, and the compliance standard. Technology and artificial intelligence should also be transforming the globally. So you should actually, as an institution, you should embrace this one and put it in the high level, because the world has changed completely. Like one of my speakers has said, that we are still in the old traditional way of training. So please, we should change. Again, another thing, you should know that training, some of the jobs are changing statistically every day. You might go with this experience, but you find the job you are doing here is not the same. So you should be able to be continuous training every day and updating. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope by the end of this conference, there will be many students here recruited for the Kazi Maju.
Can I tell them that we have agents outside there waiting for them?
Yes, please.
Yeah, if you are ambitious to get the job Maju, we have so many agents there outside. You can see them after this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nita?
Thank you. Thank you once again. I want to say that the discussion is good, and generally the workplace dynamics has changed a lot. It's not days when we went to school. In this country, there was a particular time employers would just come and park their vehicles where students are even taking sports, not in class. And they pick you based on your talents in sports. Then you go start working as they build that talent. I think we have lost a lot of things along the way. And when you look at the government agenda, bottom-up economic transformation agenda, one of it is building the digital superhighway. And I think it now comes back to even how AI is changing things. Before we close this, I will invite all students to visit our booth here.
Yes, our CS is arriving and our PS is arriving.
Okay.
But continue. Just continue.
So I'm saying that you visit the booth so that you can get the opportunities we have for industrial attachment. Generally, it is just HTTPS, the full colon and the slashes, and portal.nita.ke, then /ITAP/eCitizen, and login. Then you apply for that. Looking forward to, once you have been able to undertake a good industrial attachment, then the employers should keep track of the students that were attached and where they were attached. And that is what is going to culminate into apprenticeship programs. We are looking forward to, after the students are through with they have graduated, then the employers must be ready to take them up and continue building up their skills in readiness for even converting them to employees. So that's what I want to say, that that gap has been missing. Part of what we are engineering as a National Industrial Training Authority is offering industrial attachment for trainers and instructors. Because Sure, even if you today you asked any trainers in the room when they went back to the industry, even in electrical, which I studied, when they went back to check the turbines that are used for generating electricity, what has changed? Then you must be a witness that that is a real gap. So we are looking at also attaching instructors, lecturers to go back to the industry through that linkage with the employer. So what is it that is current with the employer that can come back? And even the books that we use. We are in, even if you use automotives, the cars that we have are VVTIs. But what is it in our curriculum? Are we having VVTI? Could be some are still carburetors. That is what is still in the books that we read. Some were books published in 1965, and right now, the world has changed. It means there is a disconnect between the training that we are offering and what is happening at the industry. So we look forward that as we attach students when they are still undergoing academics, we also attach the lecturers. That will inform even curriculum reviews. Curriculum, we have very many curricula in the country. Some are not even being utilized. But because they are not serving the workplace. Another aspect I must not miss to talk about is the transformation in the generation themselves. We have got employers who even say that even during attachment, they don't see what comes out of our young generation, whether they are serious with work. We were in Mombasa where we were discussing, and one of the students told us, one of the people who graduated told us, when they feel that they don't want to work, they just send you an SMS and the contract is, when it is not working outside, they come again and tell you, otherwise I had other issue to attend to, but now I'm here again. So you see, such kind of things do not appeal to employers as well. So it is a two-way. Our young generation must prepare to protect the work that is there. Like now the Kazi Maju. But then, what I would also expect is that in a forum like this, we need also to be presenting some of the young guys that have made it. Through thick and thin, some are even abroad. And they come back here even for holidays and they have done wonders. Those are the things we need to showcase. Other than just having theories and also talking the way we are talking. But I think the world is also bright. There are a lot of work, both externally and even within the country. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nita. I think that's a very, very valid point. In fact, like the motor vehicle industry, you'll find that we are now talking of EV, electronic vehicles. The rest are no longer, will be out of the market very soon. So technological change and the future of work. My question 2, how then, because we have discussed all this, do we, as members of this panel and in your various areas, how can the TVET institutions strengthen these partnerships with industry so that our training can become relevant, both for trainers and for the trainees? Bwana Murenga.
All right, thank you. So on the question on how do we strengthen this relationship, I like the input that has been provided by my colleague from NITA, because that's the direction that we need to take. Now, the world is transitioning. We are now not talking about industrial attachments, because attachments have been misused for many years. You go for industrial attachment, you are given clerical work, you get a good report from your supervisor, you bring it back to school, you graduate and leave. When you now seek employment, you report to your work of place, and the employer tells you, no, this is not the kind of skill that I'm looking at. So we are transitioning even the choice of words that are used. Industries are now not just placement places, but how do we build a relationship with industries? How do we utilize industries as training places? And that's why the world is moving towards industrial training. Because attachment from the word is touch and go. Just come, touch and go. Get a report and go. So the word has been misused, and that's why the world is moving away from industrial attachment as a word. And therefore, what else can we learn from industry? How do we collaborate with the industry? One, on curriculum development, they give us the occupational standards. they define what needs to be trained. And therefore, the curricula that is developed at the institution is supposed to be packaged from the standards provided by the industry. Number two, industries also come in to support in assessment, using industry-based trainers to ensure that our graduates have the relevant skills during assessment. You're assessing their competency. Are they ready for the industry? And that is why on best standards, assessments for TVET institution, the so-called competency-based assessment is supposed to be developed from the occupational standards, not the curriculum. But what is the current system? How is it operating now? The trainer who has trained you will assess based on what they have trained. They look at the curricula, what have they trained, they assess you based on that. And that's why when you go to the industry, the gap will still remain. So assessment is supposed to be developed from occupational standards and not the curriculum that is being implemented. Three, industries also come in providing alternative training places because they have the most modern equipment for training. One reality, technology is changing per hour, but are our institutions, do they have the capacity, even resource-wise, to change their equipment per year? It's not possible. It's not practical. But the industry, because they still need to remain relevant in what they do, industries are profit-making entities, they have the capability to do this. And that's why you collaborate with the industry. And that's why in the dual TVET program, for example, you spend a minimum of 50% training in the industry. The remaining time, you train in the TVET institution. And the training in the industry can go as high as 70% or even 80%. Because you need to have the relevant skills that are required for the world of work. That's how you get prepared. That's how you get shaped. That's how you get to deal with the real clients. You will simulate so much in school, but you will not simulate dealing with a difficult client. But you will get exposure to that when you are in the industry. So the industry comes in various ways. They are actually at the center of implementation of dual TVET. So even you talk about things like applied research and innovation, the industry is at the center. So as I conclude on this, let us look at industry as a strategic partner. The conversation about we are helping to get placements from industry should change. We are helping to get attachment from industry should change. Because you're only looking at industry as a placement place. But there is much more to gain when you're able to engage with the industry. Thank you.
Yeah, the question of how do we transition and adjust to the emerging world of work. I would like to break that down and say there are certain things we cannot skip. Sometimes when we have these discussions, we ignore the fact that the reason why we don't have enough employment in the country is that we skipped some phases of development. We have to look at opportunities that are available associated with the things that were done in the first industrial revolution, the second industrial revolution, and so on. When we don't do that, we, for example, disregard the needs of sectors, established sectors such as agriculture. We disregard the fact that before you say you can use automated equipment running on AI, you need to understand the basics of the operations. If you are in a workshop, you have to understand those basic operations before you bring in the advanced systems that now apply extensive computer applications, extensive now AI and so on. What I find when I go to these institutions, both the industries and also the TVET institutions, is that there are those gaps. People are thinking that you can jump all these things that we ordinarily do and go to where the first world is. It's not going to happen. We have to be patient, we have to be systematic, methodical, and master the basics. If you want to do welding, you must understand what that welding is from the principles. You must understand what you need to do yourselves before you start saying, I'm going to now use a robot to weld. What exactly are you welding using robots. The industry is looking for people who have depth of understanding, depth of skill. Once again, I go back to us running the TVET institutions and to also the students that you have to master, you have to immerse yourself. It is important what has been said. 70-80%. You have to immerse yourself and understand how those things work. You must acquire those basic skills. I say that because we train and we also employ. Sometimes we look for people to employ and they don't have the skills, they have the certificates and so on. The other part that is now a challenge for the TVET institution is to get industries, suitable industries that can provide relevant attachment. And that's also what has been raised. So there is a difficult challenge for all of us in the TVET sector to start creating those opportunities. We can create the opportunities in our own institutions because we are lacking in Kenya. We are not missing the equipment and the infrastructure. What we are lacking is a capacity to transform our TVET institutions to simulate, and I use the word here deliberately, to simulate industry-like conditions. Because we can simulate industry-like conditions. We can simulate them in the workshops we have. We can simulate them within the communities that our TVETs, the community hosting our TVETs. If we're able to do that, then you'll be able to start providing relevant industrial exposure, which must also be massive. So my urge, because we have very little time here, is that the responsibility should rest with the units in the TVET institutions, and we need to drill down to the department and ask, do you have the capacity to do this? If you don't have the capacity, figure out how to build that capacity among the trainers so that we can be able to equip our students and we are able to equip our graduates with the skills and to the depth that is required by the employers. If we don't do that, you will then end up with a very frustrated population that has the certificate, but they don't have the skills that the industry requires. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Deviating from my colleagues, especially Professor, we are looking at a situation where we have the employer, the job seeker, and the training institution. What I can say, we can focus on the issue of career guidance. Why? Why career guidance? Career guidance is not about the traditional training. It is about the understanding of an individual, the job seeker, the student. They understand themselves emotionally, physically, and their technical skills within themselves so that they are able to be ready for the job market. So if I can say what we need to do as a nation, as TVET, there is the Office of Career Services that has been established within TVET. What we can do as a nation, and especially the State Department for TVET and the TVET, is to strengthen this Office of Career Services so that we have adequate staffing who have knowledge, who are professionals in career guidance, who can assist these students to understand themselves individually, to understand what is their interest and all that they need to do with the skills that they have acquired in this training institution. That is my take.
Yes, once again, for my conclusion, I say that training institution must continue to update programs, incorporate digital skill, the emerging technologies. Graduates also should prepare themselves for long life learning rather than relying on one qualifications which they have and what to get the graduate from. Also, in my take, we should have a advisory board between academia and institutions industry, the people who rank in agents, who rank the knowledge and the other things like that, so that we can continue having strong collaboration between employer and labor migration stakeholder, increasing internship and promoting entrepreneurship, and future demands strong collaboration between industry and academia. And by working together, we can produce graduates who are skilled, updated, who are globally competitive and ready to continue contributing to our economic growth and internationally.
Thank you very much. Also, as we come to the end, I wanted to say something on industrial attachment. It is true industrial attachments have been abused in the past, but that was then. The world has changed. That's why I invite that all of us, particularly the students who are due for attachments, interact with this portal. From here, go to the NITA booth. What has happened? The employer declares the attachment vacancy. So if they need somebody, they need an electrician, they will have declared in the portal. As you apply through eCitizen, when you say you are doing at Kabete National Polytechnic, you are doing electrical technology or engineering, that system will match your skill, which you need for industrial attachment. You will not come to NITA because you want to be placed. From your home, you will have seen the employer that is having that vacancy, so you go straight to the employer. And therefore, it is for all skills. So employers are declaring their vacancies according to whatever need they have for industrial attachment. If they declare that they want a clerical officer, and on each citizen you have said that you are doing a similar course, that is what the system will attach you to. So we don't expect that somebody will reach the employer and then you are given a different work. Two, in the same system, a mentor is allocated to an attachee. So when you reach there, there is an employee, and we are strict. We are saying 5 employees attach 1 student, so that the student can be able to be trained well at the workplace for the 3 months. So it will no longer be somebody just filling logbooks for purposes of graduating. And that has always happened in the past. And that's why we are also saying, we are also, like in August, we are starting to attach trainers. Some trainers have applied. They are going to be attached to the industry for 10 days. They go there, see how the machines are, what is the technology. So when they come back, they are able to now customize what they have seen as the current trends in the industry versus what are in the curriculum of the books. Finally, I want to say, all employers are contributing to us through the training levy fund. All employers. And that is the fund that we are utilizing to do all industrial training programs. We are saying that after a graduate has come from here, they are supposed now to join into the graduate apprenticeship program. Many employers, including those who are international, says, you train only a shopkeeper, you only train a butcher or a meat cutter. For us, we want an all-round person. The person that we can, this week, use them in the butchery section, including the supermarkets and the ones who are even exporting outside. So what they do within the 6 months and 1 year, they model this graduate into what they require so that you are an all-round person for the employer, not whatever you did in school, just to bridge that gap. So that graduate apprenticeship, and we have joined with KRA, that all employers that will be engaging graduate apprentices will also be getting tax rebate as incentive to encourage them to absorb more for purposes of gaining work experience so that they can make meaningful productivity in the workplace. And therefore, those are the plans that are there, which the government is offering. It is our opportunity now to pick them up. I know if we don't pick them up, we'll continue complaining, we'll continue saying things are not working out, but things are working out. And I've told you jobs are there. NEA invited you to a portal. You will see agencies have declared jobs. But now when you come back here, there are a lot of bad negativity theories. People go outside, don't go outside, there's a problem. But people are still going and making a meaning out of it. So mine is just to encourage all of us to have positivity, and we can change our status. South Korea, Singapore, we were talking about, I was told at one point, we were at par. Why are we not at par? The other time we were in Singapore, discipline is high.
quite a lot. So you cannot manage a workplace if you are not disciplined as a person who has been invited to work. And that's now my call for the younger generation, that we need to maintain discipline. We need to prove that we can do more, not to wait to be given. The platforms are there. The government has created Super Digital to really expand the economy of this country. It is us now to uptake. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our CS and our PS, we've been having our first panel discussion. And in this discussion, we discussed two main issues under the first panel discussion topic. And we were looking at why industry-academia linkage is becoming important, particularly for the future of work. And we have also discussed how TVET institutions can strengthen partnerships with industry beyond the student attachment programs. We had two more other questions to discuss, but our time is up. And I wish my panelists, as we exit the stage, we stand up, introduce ourselves so that our CS and our PS get to know us. And just one sentence, who you are and what you are doing, your organization that you represent here. Thank you so much. As they introduce themselves, my name is Magdalene Mwachofi. I'm the principal of Nachu Technical and Vocational College. Thank you.
Our chief guests, Bwana CS, Madam PS, and all the guests. My name is Gideon Murenga. I work with GIZ, Youth Employment and TVET Project, as the National TVET Coordinator, and therefore responsible for rolling out the dual TVET program. Thank you.
CS and Madam PS, my name is Professor Dirango Kioni, former Vice Chancellor of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. I'm now working on a new entity called Origin Research and Innovation Lab, which is meant to create systems for transitioning or translating high-level science, technology, and innovation, and bringing on board whatever African talent we have across the world, across in the West and also in other parts of the world, to come and help us solve the most complex problems on the continent. So if you think you have a complex problem, you can invite me to solve it for you.
Good morning, PS and CS. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ruth Mailu from National Employment Authority. I'm Director of Employment Services, and our core mandate as National Employment Authority is facilitate the linkage between training institution and the job world. We assist the job seekers in getting the right employers and also mentoring them, coaching them on how to use the skills that they have attained in their training so that they can be of use in the labor market to solve problems. It is not just that you go to get employed and just sit and work. You have to solve problems of what is happening in the labor market. And as National Employment Authority, we are so passionate about bringing up a whole linkages between the industry and the training institution in terms of providing in the labor market information, where we are able to know what are the skills that are demanded in the labor market and what skills the training institutions are giving out, so that the issue of skill mismatch is sorted out. Thank you.
Our chief guests, our PS, and our CS. My name is Francis Wahome. I'm the chairman for Association of Skilled Migrant Agencies of Kenya. Those are the people who do the job replacement internationally and locally. All the recruiters and all the agents are represented here today. We have the booths there outside where those graduates can get jobs there. Our CS agents are very crucial people, and they are very important people, but they are less known. Every human being has 3 certificates that is a must. One is the birth certificate, and another one is the death certificate. But there is another certificate you must get, and if you don't get it, you just die. This is a worker job. If you don't work, the Bible says you just live and die. So we are the people who care for those people who are jobless. We are very important, Bwana CS. Any jobless person in this country, because our economy is not that big like that of G7, G20, we are the people who take people to G7 and G20, where the economy are proper. Again, we have stopped singing the song of brain drain. We want brain in. We take our people there, Bwana CS, that they go and get technology and they come here in future and they start their own small industries. And you and our peers, you are the people to write the policy to the government to tell them, these people have come from abroad, please can you assist them to start their small industries. And our CS, you can remember one incident happened. During the COVID, you remember the guns which were measuring the people for the temperature. I don't know what they were using. And in a short time, one of the boys who came from Korea, he started manufacturing them here in Nairobi, and they become cheap. They were costing about 10,000, they become 6,000. So if we take all these students out there, in 5 years' time to come, or even 3, we will be surprised with the industries in this country. So please, CS and PS, give us a student who are graduates who have completed their graduates, and we are ready to take them, but with your support. Thank you.
Good morning, Bwana CS, Madam PS, all protocol observed. My name is Musa Upuk. I work with the National Industrial Training Authority as a manager, industrial training and skills development. NITA is anchored on Industrial Training Act, Chapter 237, Laws of Kenya. And what we do is coordinate industrial attachment for students in Kenya and instructors on behalf of the government. We also deal with skilling, upskilling, and reskilling of employers at the workplace. We register all employers in this country, and therefore that is how we are able to manage both industrial attachment and apprenticeships. And currently we have restructured with the ILO recommendation 208, which talks of quality apprenticeship, that when graduates also undertake apprenticeship, we are able to register those contracts. They get some wages as they sharpen their skills to match the industry. Therefore, we welcome all of us to work together. Now we have developed a portal which you came in when we were discussing about, so that when students go for, that is the first point in our education and TVET curriculum, where students are getting exposed to employers. And therefore, when it is done well, the platform will provide an opportunity where the employer can even recall, because they will be having the system. The employer is with the system. Who is this student that we attached and has now graduated, and they performed well, including how they performed, because they are going to be attached to mentors. I look forward to an opportunity when this country, we will even lack less manpower, because the work is enormous outside, but at times we failed to tap on the opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate our first panelist for a job well done and great insights around academia linkages and the future of work. Makofi kwao tafadhali. Thank you so much. I'll ask you to walk out this way as you receive your gifts. We are very kind people. We like to appreciate people for a job well done. So you can walk out this way. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I know it is quite cold, lakini good morning. Okay, so the camera people are telling me to, excuse me, if you could push this to my left. Is that okay? Perfect. Asante sana. All right. Check. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. My name is Andrin Kilemi. I am a broadcast journalist, and I'll be your moderator for today. on the 4th International Research Conference, Skills Competition, Innovation, Career Guidance, and Expo that is happening right here at the Kabete National Polytechnic. All protocols observed, our CS Education Julius Ogamba, PS TVET Dr. Esther Moria, and PS Housing Charles Hinga. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'd like to invite on stage the Kabete National Polytechnic Choir so that we can now officially start this event with a national anthem and the East African anthem. Kabete National Polytechnic Choir, please make your way to the stage. We can also be upstanding for the national anthem, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana Kabete National Polytechnic Choir. We may now have our seats, ladies and gentlemen. I will invite on stage Mrs. Mutua for the opening prayers.
Our chief guest, all protocols observed. Good morning. I request all of us to stand for a word of prayer. May we pray. Our Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we thank you and give you praise for gathering us together in Kabete National Polytechnic. For us as a community, this is the day that the Lord has made, and we are so glad. We are rejoicing in it. We thank you so much that God, you've gathered each one of us here so that we can come and make deliberation on how to transform TVET, create market-ready skills, and also, God Almighty, provide employability for the many youth and many people in this nation and bring development in our country. How we want to invite your presence today, that God, you're going to go with us, that you be with us throughout this season, and that Jehovah God, all these goals we have are going to be fulfilled. We give you praise, we give you honor, and we acknowledge your grace and presence amongst us. And it is in Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mutua. The Kabete National Polytechnic Choir, you may now leave the stage. Asanteni. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to the 4th International Research Conference Skills, Competition, Innovation, Career Guidance, and Expo. I can read the energy in the room, and it feels a bit cold, yeah? So let's see the energy in the room. If you're feeling awake, clap once. Oh, so you're all awake. If you're still recovering from the cold weather and the traffic, clap twice. Amazing. Without much ado, I'd want to invite on stage the Chief Principal, Kabete National Polytechnic, Dr. Patrick Mushemi, for the opening remarks and just to set the objectives of the conference. Let's put our hands together for Daktari as he comes on stage. Makofi kwake tafadhali.
Thank you, our MC, our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, Honorable Julius Migozi, our PS, State Department of TVET, Dr. Esther Thahara Moria, the Deputy Head Mission at the Embassy, Republic of People of China, who is also with us present, the Chief of Mission, International Organization of Migration, who is also with us, members of Parliament, County Assembly present, National Government Administration officers, and the County Security Team, led by our DCC here, the Chair of the Governing Council, Kabete National Polytechnic, Engineer Benjamin Jenga, ably represented here by Bwana Gilbert. Members of the Kabete National Polytechnic Governing Council, the CATI principals present, I can see you around, senior government officers, development partners, the Kabete National Polytechnic staff and community, distinguished researchers, industry partners, development partners, scholars, trainers, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me a great pleasure and honor to welcome you to the Kabete National Polytechnic, the 4th International Research Conference. Today, we gather united by a common purpose defined by the pursuit of knowledge, innovation, practical solutions that can transform lives, industries, and nations. Your presence here is a testament to the power of research as a catalyst for progress and driver for sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Kabete National Polytechnic occupies a very unique educational history as a pioneer TVET in the Republic of Kenya. You remember last year we celebrated 100 years, making the National Polytechnic a good person to do this transformation of TVET in Kenya. For a century, this institution has remained committed to providing skilled professionals, innovators, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders who continue to shape Kenya's socio-economic development. Today, as we host this conference, we reaffirm the legacy while looking firmly to the future. The theme of this year's conference, which is Transforming TVET in Kenya for market-ready skills, employability, and sustainable development, speaks to the aspirations of our nation, Kenya, and evolving demands of the global economy. Across the world, industries are being reshaped by rapid technological advancement, digital transformation, artificial intelligence, climate change, and shifting labor dynamics. These changes demand a TVET system that is agile, innovative, research-driven, and responsible to these emerging opportunities. They call upon on us to generate knowledge that not only advances academic discourse, but also produces practical solutions for industry and society. Distinguished guests, as Kabete National Polytechnic, we firmly believe that research is no longer a peripheral function of learning. It is an essential pillar of institutional excellence and national development. However, meaningful impact cannot be achieved in isolation. Transformation occurs when institutions, industry, government, and development partners work together towards a common goal. And I want to really thank, because all these partners are here in our fourth international conference. For example, our partnership with IOM is strengthening both skills development, institutional capacity through a wide range of initiatives. Through this collaboration, diaspora experts have been deployed to support knowledge transfer and capacity building in ICT and data science. Well, modern teaching and learning equipment have been provided to enhance quality training delivery. IOM has also supported trainees through employability programs that prepares them for opportunities, both local and international market. We are also partnering with AFIC International by subsidiary of an aviation industry collaboration of China, that is AFIC, to establish a center of excellence in welding and automotive engineering. As part of collaboration, the institution has already received specialized equipment to support training and production engineering, laying a strong foundation for the development of world-class skills center that will enhance industry relevant training and innovation. It is also for this reason that I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the Office of the CS, the Office of our PS, our cutting institutions, our sponsors, our industry partners, development partners, researchers, presenters, and all delegates for your invaluable support and participation. Your commitment demonstrates a shared belief in the transformative power of research and innovation. A special recognition must go to the Research and Innovation Steering Committee. Their hard work, combined with the vital support of our sponsors, industry partners, brought the vision to life. Please join me in thanking them for their outstanding contributions, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. As we engage in our conference sessions ahead, I encourage each of us to approach the discussions with open minds and a spirit of collaboration. The true measure of the work presented here will be the extent to which knowledge generated influences policy, strengthens institutions, transforms industries, improves communities, and creates opportunities for these young people. Congratulations to all researchers and innovators for your work, drives, discovery that creates solutions and advances progress. Go forth and build innovative and lead with integrity. I wish you a fruitful deliberations, and I also want to thank our Ministry of Education that is well represented here by the CS and the PS, the department, for the support that you have continued to give our TVET institutions and also the Kabete National Polytechnic. Yesterday, we had a very successful day where we hosted close to 1,000 high school students from Malawi, Nairobi. And we are very happy that the TVET for tomorrow was built yesterday, the way I witnessed. So, and as we progress along, I am sure we are going to make it. Thank you all, and may God bless you. At this juncture, Chief Guest, allow me to invite my chair of the council, who is ably represented here by Bwana Gilbert Nyongi, who will also take the opportunity and introduce the council members present. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Daktari Bwana Chief Principal, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, Honorable Julius Migos Ogamba, State Department PS Dr. Moria, members of Kabete National Polytechnic Governing Council, the Chief Principal himself, Dr. Mchemi, members of Parliament, members of County Assembly present, CATI principals present, senior government officials, distinguished researchers and scholars, development partners, industry representatives, Kabete National Polytechnic staff, and community distinguished guests. Good morning. Before I read a message from our chair, let me take this opportunity to introduce to you the members of Kabete National Polytechnic Council. Please, members of Kabete National Polytechnic Council, come on stage so that you can introduce yourself. And as they come, Bwana Waziri, on behalf of our chair, we wish to thank you for the appointment of this brand new council. Some of us are serving on second term, so we are already on second term. Yes, and we are also very grateful for these new members of the council. Please, members of the council, each one will introduce him or herself.
Our CS and our PS, all protocols observed. Thank you for coming to grace this very good occasion. My name is Pauline Maureen Nasiru Mbinagila. I'm serving the first term on the council, and I hope that as we continue mingling with the second term members, we are geared towards the second term. Thank you for gracing the occasion. Karibuni sana.
Good morning. Bwana CS, the PS, and distinguished guests. Welcome to Kabete National Polytechnic. My name is Julius Mokogi. I am a first-time member of this great institution. And as my colleague has said, Pauline, I also look forward to serving well so that I can get a second term. Thank you.
Yes, our CS, our Principal Secretary, all protocol observed. CPA Patrick Mbaystrom, an alternate to the PS National Treasury. Thank you.
Our CS, our PS, our development partners and friends, all the TVET fraternal. Good morning. My name is Joseph Jiao. I'm serving, representing my PS in the Kabete Council, and maybe this is my first year also in service here. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Hani Abdi Mohamud. I'm a council member at Kabete. Second term started. So our PS and CS, thank you so much for always supporting Kabete. And thank you to the government of Kenya and the entire Ministry of Education. Kabete management and staff, thank you so much for all your support and taking this institution to the next level. The researchers, you are the brain behind everything that is happening today. Thank you, and everyone else, welcome to Kabete. Karibuni sana.
So our CS, Madam PS, and all protocols observed, I think here once again, my name is Patrick Mushemi, the Chief Principal. And as our council members have observed, we are very happy as an intended Ministry of Education.
Thank you, council members. And I now go ahead to read the remarks of our Chair, Engineer Njenga. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to Kabete National Polytechnic for the 4th International Research Conference. Allow me to begin with the words of Nobel Prize winning pharmacologist Albert St. George, who observed that research is seeing what everybody else has seen and thinking what nobody else has thought. Those words capture the very essence of why we gathered here today. Around us, we see challenges affecting our institutions, industries, communities, and nations. This research platform offers us to new thinking and fresh perspectives on what innovative solutions each one of us can contribute to address these challenges. As the Governing Council, we firmly believe that research remains one of the most powerful tools for social and economic transformation. Research strengthens teaching and learning, informs policy formulation, drives innovation, and provides practical solutions to emerging challenges. It is through research that institutions remain relevant and responsive to the rapidly changing demands of society and the world of work. Kabete National Polytechnic has continued to distinguish itself as a leading institution in technical and vocational education and training by promoting applied research that directly responds to societal needs. We are proud of the growing research culture within our institution and the partnerships we have cultivated with the academia, industry, government, and development partners to advance knowledge and innovation. Over the next 3 days, this conference will provide an important platform for exchange of ideas, presentation of research findings, showcasing of innovations, and the strengthening of collaborations. I am confident that the papers and discussions we shall engage in will generate practical insights and recommendations that will contribute to the advancing of TVET, higher education, industry, and national development. I encourage all participants to engage actively, challenge assumptions, share experiences, and build networks that will outlive this conference. The diversity of perspectives represented here is our greatest strength, and it is through such collaborations that meaningful and sustainable solutions emerge. I wish to sincerely acknowledge and appreciate the conference organizing committee for their dedication and hard work in preparing this event. I also extend my gratitude to our researchers, presenters, sponsors, partners, exhibitors, and all participants whose commitment has made this conference possible. Your contribution reflects the values that define Kabete National Polytechnic, that is bidii na uaminifu, meaning hard work and integrity. As you interact with the research findings presented during this conference, I encourage you to look beyond the papers themselves and focus on their potential impact. Let these discussions inspire new ideas, stimulate innovation, foster partnerships, and ultimately contribute to solving real-world challenges facing our communities and our nation. On behalf of the Governing Council, I wish you fruitful deliberations, meaningful engagements, and a successful 4th International Research Conference. Thank you all, and may God bless you all. That is the chairperson, Kabete National Polytechnic, Engineer Njenga. May I also take this time and pleasure to invite our PS, Dr. Moria, to make her remarks and eventually invite our chief guests. CS.
The Cabinet Secretary for Education, Julius Migos Ogamba, distinguished guests and representatives from embassies, development partners, industry partners, TVET principals, present, researchers, trainers, trainees, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Habari zenu? Nisalimie hivi, you can see me. Nyinyi hamunioni? Oh, so that is better. On behalf of the State Department for TVET, I am delighted to join you at this 4th International Research Conference, Skills Competition, Innovation, Career Guidance and Expo, hosted here at the Kabete National Polytechnic. Ladies and gentlemen, for the State Department, this conference is an implementation platform. It brings together the institutions, researchers, trainers, industry leaders, regulators, development partners, county governments, and trainees responsible for translating policy, research, and innovation into tangible results. There are two graves: the visible grave where life ends, and the less visible grave
where unimplemented ideas, unused innovations, and abandoned solutions are buried. The greatest danger facing conferences such as this one is not the absence of good ideas, but allowing those ideas to become headstones in reports, proceedings, and policy documents. The success of this conference will therefore not be measured by the number of presentations delivered, but by what changes afterwards. Its outcomes must improve training, strengthen institutional performance, deepen industry participation, support enterprise and expert pathways and employment for our young people. The program has deliberately combined research, policy, dialogue, innovation, exhibitions, skills, competitions, career guidance, and partnerships. These engagements should produce practical solutions, measurable commitments, and clearly assigned responsibilities. Technology proposals must reach the workshops and laboratories. Industry partnerships must translate into workplace training, mentorship, and dual training opportunities and employment pathways. Agri-TVET and green skills discussions must lead to productive projects. Value addition, sustainable enterprises, and climate responsible solutions. Similarly, the innovations and applied research showcased here must be refined, processed, protected, validated, incubated, and commercialized. Research should not simply describe problems, it must solve them. The State Department will work with Kabete National Polytechnic and relevant stakeholders to consolidate the principal recommendations into an implementation framework, identify the actions required, Mushemi, the actions required, responsible institutions, and expected practical results. CS, I have been telling these generals of mine, and there are quite a number here, the CATI principles, that the time for simply stating things is over. What is the outcome? Not outputs. We are past outputs now into outcomes. We cannot continue with business as usual. CS, we have to showcase what it is that we are doing for the bottom-up economic reform of this country. I therefore challenge every participant to remain focused on one question. What will be the difference because we met here? And we have been here since yesterday. We are here today. Tunaendelea mpaka kesho. Mshemi. After kesho, what difference will it make, or we will simply feel nice because we were here? Let the knowledge generated here leave the conference hall, enter our institutions and industries, and improve the lives of people. Let no viable idea, innovation, or solution developed during this conference be buried for lack of implementation. I sincerely appreciate this institution and all the partners, researchers, trainers, industry leaders, and trainees for making this important platform possible. We in the TVET subsector have agreed that this is the year CS where every institution in this country will have an industry within the college. And these research outputs are enough to give us an opportunity to get an idea to implement industries in our TVET. CS, we have agreed as a department that the time for looking for industries out there where our young people are going to be trained has to come to an end. We have to establish the industries within our institution, and the industry that is not in Kabete will be Nairobi National Polytechnic. It will be in not Sigalagala. Yes, Sigalagala. I've seen Sigalagala here. Yes, where is Sigalagala? The Rift Valley National Polytechnic is here. There will be another industry there. Where is Nyamu? Oh, you are here. You know, this is the animal in TVET. We will have an industry where this animal comes from, etc., etc., etc. And there are quite a number of these principles here. So, CS, we will be inviting you to evaluate the industries that these people will have established in their institutions at the end of the year. And therefore, we can speak into students' exchanges across the country, where students from Western are coming to industries in Nairobi, where those in Mombasa are going to industries in Kisumu, and vice versa, etc., etc. Because these researches, I have a professor friend here, this one. I lived with her in Jomo Kenyatta University. She researches into traditional vegetables, and he plants them and he sells them. This one is very rich because she makes she sells the vegetables that she researches into, and she was a DVC in RPE as at the time I left the university. Congratulations, my sister, for that continued work. So give her a clap. Yes. I sincerely appreciate Kabete National Polytechnic for this undertaking, and I challenge all of us in the TVET subsector, by the time you leave, please look at these research outputs and please translate them into tangible outcomes. Thank you very much for hearing me, and it is now my distinct honor and pleasure to invite my boss, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Hon Julius Migos Ogamba, EGH, to address this distinguished. Please be upstanding, and we clap for him until he comes. Ama ataimbiwa kawimbo.
Please be seated before we start dancing. That music is very nice. Let me first of all start by saying that I'm glad to be here today. I think it is the second or third time I'm here in less than a year, which goes to show where Kabete National Polytechnic stands with us. But let me also start by stating that I'm here to represent the chief guest, who is the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, who wasn't able to come and requested that I come to represent him. And when you are sent to represent your boss, you must remain focused and disciplined. Otherwise, the second term might become a challenge. So I'm here working very hard, just like all of us, so that we can get the second term. Congratulations for those who managed to get their second term. Well done. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll get focused, and I think the team here talked about discipline, which we must all have, beginning from our students to our employees, to everybody in the country. You must be disciplined in order for you to achieve what we all need to achieve in this country. So ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I will proceed to give the remarks of His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, who was scheduled to be the chief guest in this fourth conference. The Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Education, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, distinguished guest leaders from the national and county governments present, the leadership of the Kabete National Polytechnic present, development partners, faculty principals, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a distinct honor and privilege to join you today on behalf of the Government of Kenya and to preside over the official opening of the Kabete National 4th International Research Conference, Skills Competition, Innovation, Career Guidance, and Expo. I bring you warm greetings and the goodwill of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. The President requested me to represent him at this important occasion because the work being undertaken at this institution lies at the very heart of the national transformation agenda championed by this administration. Secondly, I would like to commend the leadership of Kabete National Polytechnic. The Kabete National Polytechnic continues to spearhead the country's industrial revolution through the championing of evolution of practical knowledge in our country. What lies ahead of us is a future of nations no longer competing on the strength of what lies beneath their soil, but on the skills, the resourcefulness, and discipline of its people. As a country, under the stewardship of His Excellency the President, we have resolved that we shall not be spectators in the global contest for skills. We have positioned ourselves as a supplier of talent, innovation, and practical solutions, first to our own economy and thereafter to the wider world. It is institutions such as Kabete National Polytechnic, through applied research, innovation, and skills training, that will determine whether we prevail in that contest or observe it from the margins. In view of the current crisis of youth unemployability within the country and the globe at large, it is not merely a local challenge, but a global crisis fueled by massive global mega trends. These forces are reshaping the world of work, creating both significant challenges and unprecedented opportunities. While advances in the artificial intelligence, automation, and robotics are rapidly disrupting traditional careers and reshaping labor markets, the global transitions towards greener economies is creating millions of sustainable employment opportunities, even as it reduces jobs in carbon-intensive industries. The government, through its bottom-up economic transformation agenda, continues to redefine the development agenda of this country by promoting a more inclusive, environmentally friendly economy. And with this approach, the government has created quality and sustainable jobs for the youth through strategic investments in the digital infrastructure, e-mobility, renewable energy, climate action, and other green growth initiatives, including the blue economy. Through the Kenya government's strategic intervention, our youth in Kenya can successfully compete for digital, technical, and engineering job opportunities with peers in Silicon Valley, in Tokyo, or Sydney. To ensure these transformations lead to greater economic security, equal opportunity, and social justice, decisive action is essential. This calls for collaboration between the government and the key strategic partners, including the technical and vocational education and training institutions, industry practitioners, researchers, and innovators, and the development partners that we have at large. The research and innovation conferences such as this one are aimed at mitigating challenges, lifelong learning investments, skills development, inclusive labor market policies, and swift transitioning of skillful personnel to the workforce. Through this conference's theme, Transforming TVET in Kenya for Market-Ready Skills, Employability, and Sustainable Development, and its alignment with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, we reflect on the milestones we have made as a country in promoting innovation, skills development, research, and industry collaboration that has promoted competitiveness of the country in the global labor market. Ladies and gentlemen, as I commend the leadership of the Kabete National Polytechnic for convening this important platform, it is my call that we ensure the innovation exhibited within such institutions are improved, and for the ones that promote solutions to industry problems are financed to become enterprises and create job opportunities. In today's knowledge-driven economy, innovation must become a deliberate pathway from the workshop and laboratory to the marketplace. Our technical and vocational education and training institutions have a unique opportunity to transform research findings and student innovations into commercially viable products, services, and enterprises. Through innovation hubs, incubation centers, technology transfer offices, and partnerships with industry, TVET institutions can become important contributors to local manufacturing, cottage industries, value addition, and enterprise development. In so doing, they will not only produce skilled graduates, but also become engines of economic growth and job creation. The government of Kenya views TVETs not as a secondary alternative for education, but as a primary engine for industrialization, youth employment, and national self-reliance. We are radically shifting our focus from pure academic theory to market-led, hands-on competencies that will power local industries and open doors in the global labor market. Ladies and gentlemen, the deliberate reforms across the TVET sector has aligned training to the demands of industry, introduced the dual training model, operationalized the recognition of prior learning, began to digitize the mapping of skills, and invested in modern equipment and infrastructure across all our institutions. When this administration assumed office, enrollment across TVET institutions stood at about 341,000 trainees. In less than 3 years, that number has risen to more than 718,000, and we are working towards moving to the increased enrollment of 2 million by the end of this year. This progress has been the product of deliberate choices and actions, including recruitment of thousands of additional trainers into the system. We have also established technical training institutions and technical vocational centers in every constituency so that no young person will be forced to travel far from home to acquire a skill or a trade. To enhance access to technical training, we have significantly reduced the cost of training. The government has further raised the budget allocated to the education sector from about 544 billion in the year 2022-2023 to 702 billion in the financial year 2025-2026, and an allocation of 784.5 billion for the financial year 2026-2027. The government, through its initiatives, including the National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement, known as the NYOTA program, recognition of prior learning, and the Kenya Jobs Economic Transformation, KJET, has changed the narrative in the country with good communication stories of economic inclusivity and development and access to equal opportunities among the vulnerable within our communities. These good communication skills are nurtured and incubated within our technical and vocational education and training institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of our country and its economic competitiveness will depend on our ability to strengthen the linkages between research institutions, TVET institutions, universities, industry, and government. The Affordable Housing Program offers one of the realistic illustrations of the bond between national policy, research institutions, and industry players. Every house rising across the country calls for masons, plumbers, electricians, welders, painters, carpenters, and steel fixers, for machine operators, site supervisors, for quantity technicians, and managers. The program is therefore far more than a housing intervention. It is also a training opportunity, an employment platform, a market for local materials, and a stimulus to small enterprises. The government, in spearheading the shift of TVET institutions into becoming hubs of innovation, production, and enterprise, has facilitated the establishment of cottage industries within the TVET institutions. This will provide up-to-date machineries where trainees will be able to manufacture market-ready goods, commercialize their innovations, and generate sustainable revenue for themselves and their institutions. Whilst the government continues to strengthen its bilateral labor agreements and partnerships across the globe to connect skilled young individuals to opportunities beyond our borders, I call upon the industry, academia, and development partners to deepen their collaboration with the government in advancing the TVET transformation agenda. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, the journey upon which we have embarked in the TVET sector is a long-term national investment in the skills, creativity, and the productivity of our people. As we look to the future, our aspiration must be to build institutions that are not only centers of learning, but also centers of discovery, innovation, and enterprise together with production. Let the discussions over the next few days translate research into actionable policies and brilliant trainee innovations into commercial enterprise. I wish you fruitful deliberations, stronger partnerships, and a successful conference. With profound pride in our country, Kenya, our youth's absolute confidence in the TVET institutions, and immense hope for our nation's industrial future, I now officially declare the Kabete National Polytechnic 4th International Research Conference, Skills Competition, Innovation, Career Guidance, and Expo officially opened. Asanteni sana, thank you, God bless you, God bless Kabete, and God bless Kenya. Asante sana.
Asante sana, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give another round of applause for CS Education Julius Ogamba. Asante sana. Remain standing. Backbenchers, kwani mmechoka sana? Eh? I want to see you stand. Stretch kidogo bana. Eh? Just stretch to your right. Your right, not mine. Let's be attentive in class. To your right. To your left. Inua mikono juu kidogo, both arms, and then down. We may now have our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Asanteni sana. Allow me to recognize the presence of PS Housing, Charles Hinga. And even as we do so, I'd like to invite PS TVET, Dr. Esther Moriathara, for a few remarks. Kindly, Madam PS, you could come to the stage.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there are two people that you'd have wanted to recognize and have them say only a word. Only a word. Please, remarks by Councillor Tang Jung. Does that make sense about your name? Where are you? Jiaju, come. Come and greet us.
Okay, good morning. Distinguished yes, and yes, my name is Tang Jianjun from Chinese Embassy. First of all, congratulations for this great event. And I love Kenya is a great labor market. Also, Chinese is also many people, and labor market is very big. And we two countries have great cooperations. And this year, in late October, there will be a World 2026 World Vocational and Technical Education Developer Conference. And this conference have invited our Kenya friends. I hope our PS or CS go to China, to Tianjin in late October. Thank you very much.
I still don't know what his name is, but it is something like something like that. Let's now have Miss Nomagugu na Nyama Zube, IOM.
Thank you. All protocol observed, the chief guest. My name is Noma Kukunube, and perhaps CS, you can add into the curriculum of the PS names and pronunciations going forward. But thank you, PS, and allow me to recognize all the distinguished guests. As the International Organization for Migration, our core business is migration and delivering on the promise of migration. And we're proud to continue our long-standing partnership with the government of Kenya in advancing migration and its promise as a development catalyst, especially in the area of labor mobility. And I believe the chief guest has spoken quite eloquently about what the government of Kenya is doing. But with regards to the business of the day, I think we recognize the importance of strengthening the TVETs as the entry point and the starting point for any labor mobility, so that as we continue the business of training and capacity building, we are cognizant of the skills needs of the internal as well as the external labor markets, and ensure that the people that we produce, the skills that we produce, are able to meet the demands, the high standards that are demanded from the labor market worldwide. And I'm proud to see that the TVETs are taking a leading role in this, and we continue to collaborate and partner with the TVETs in this endeavor. Thank you very much, and good day.
Thank you very much. And now, CS, it is my singular honor to introduce and invite my brother, PS Hinga of Housing, to come and make his remarks. A clap for my colleague.
Waziri, my colleague PS, the leadership of this great institution, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I think it is right on the dot, just 1 minute before. So good morning this afternoon. Miss Ngube, Unjani. Okay, so my sister here, I'm going to help you with that curriculum. Okay, I'm delighted to be here this morning. And I do have a presentation, and I hope we have a pointer, and because I want to. I would like to control the presentation myself. So it's going to be an exciting presentation because this is really where the rubber meets the road. This is where we move away from boardrooms, from PowerPoint presentation like they're making here. So it is seldom that you see me in a suit nowadays. I'm always on site because we have turned this country into one major construction site. And in doing so, we have been able to demonstrate in practical terms, okay, why institutions like TVET are important in this country. Now, okay, so because I don't have the pointer, you can go to the next slide. Go on. Okay, you all know about the government housing program. Now, many of you may recall in 2023, during the height of the finance bill then, there was one gentleman from Eldoret who came to our media and was on news, and he was saying, "Nani hana kwao?" You remember that guy? And the question was, why are you taxing us to build houses? Nani hana kwao? Before I get, and please don't be distracted by the reading there, I'm sure after this presentation, perhaps Waziri, you can allow me to be a teacher, because I think I'll do a very good job. So, why housing? Why housing now? And having that context of that gentleman who said, "Nani hana kwao." Now, I want to take you down memory lane so that you understand why we are doing what we are doing, because sometimes people don't know what we are solving for. Okay, and like that gentleman, you will say "Nani hana kwao." But for you to be able to understand about the housing sector and housing market in Kenya, you have to go back to the early 1900s. In the early 1900s, believe you not, there was a government here in Kenya. It was a colonial government. And by the way, that colonial government had a housing policy. And that housing policy was what was called the policy of containment. What did they do? From the early 1900 all the way to 1963, when we got independence, they had a housing policy that contained the black indigenous people into the rural areas. And so for that very long period of time, in the whole republic, they only put up 15,000 homes. Only 15,000 homes were built in Kenya. They wanted the indigenous people to stay in the rural areas because they needed labor to work in the farms. And then comes the post-independent government. And it also had a housing policy. And that housing policy was the reversal of the containment. Why? Because they're in charge now and they need people to come to towns and start running the country. So they came up with policies that encouraged people to come and put up houses in the urban areas. And in that time, that's when we have the national housing policy coming into play. We have the Housing Act coming into play. We have the National Housing Corporation coming into play. And we do a lot of exciting stuff in housing. Dandora of this world, site and service. Most of you are young like me, so you only read about it. You are not there, right? So they came up with site and service. And in the 1970s, when some of us were being born, they came up with the biggest housing development in an urban area in Kenya, what was called Buruburu. And they do Buruburu in 5 phases. I think 5,000 homes, but over close to 15 years. But that was still progress. And we have Eastlands. Most of you, maybe some of you come from Eastlands. Eastlands was put up, the majority of Eastlands is actually government land. And we have houses that were put up, Jericho, Kimathi, Bahati, all those, Kongeni, and so on and so forth. And then something happened. Okay, and please stay with me. We're still talking about, I'll tell you how TVET comes in, because it is important. But I want you to understand why we're doing what we're doing. So, in the late 1980s, we misbehaved as a country. And we got into what is called fiscal trouble. You know fiscal trouble? Like where you cannot be able to pay salaries as a government. When that happens, we normally run and ask for help, like we did just the other day. And we have 2 friends we call. You know them? One is called the IMF, and the other one is called the World Bank. Now these 2 institutions, they never say no. When you invite them, they come. But my friend, they come with very punitive conditions. They tell you, see, you are the one who misbehaved. You're the one who was physically indisciplined. For us to rescue you, you have to do a couple of things. So in the 1980s, late 1980s, they came up with a program which was called Structural Adjustment Program. Who remembers Structural Adjustment Program? Okay, right. So Structural Adjustment Program, one of the things they told us, there were many things they told us not to do, but one of them had serious consequences in terms of housing. They looked at us and they said, government, if you want my money, government must exit from building houses. And they said, government has no business building houses. Leave it to the private sector. And what did we do? So we wanted the money. So what did we do? We exited building houses for Kenyans, and we left the construction of housing to the private sector. Now, in the perfect world, that is beautiful. It works very well. But they forgot something. The DNA of our economy, or the dichotomy of our economy, is such that our wages as a nation are very low. We're a low-waged country, right? I hope I haven't lost you. Are we together? If you look at KNBS data, it shows you that 75% of all pay slip carrying Kenya, I'm not talking about hustlers. I'm not talking about Juakali people. I'm not talking about border people. I'm talking about you and I that are seated here in a tie and so on. So it looks like you're all in the foremost sector. You have a pay slip. And by the way, you only make 15% of the workforce. So you have 15% of the workforce, 75% of them earn 50,000 shillings and below. So you have a problem already, because our economy is not creating enough jobs, because you have a mismatch. Formal jobs are 15%, informal are 85%. And even the formal jobs that are being created, majority of them are low-paying jobs. Are we together? I'm still going to tell you how housing comes in. Number 2, they tell us to exit housing, and they don't there is one thing that they did not understand. Land in Kenya, because remember, for the long time, not even just in this constitution, we've had a lot of protection of private land and ownership of property. Land values in Kenya was going up. So think about it, especially in the urban areas. Land cost is going up, wages are constant and low. So automatically, what do you think is happening? And then you have told government exit from housing, and you've left housing to be done by private sector. Do you know what private sector does? Private sector, I'm a banker by profession. So I understand one or two things about money. You know, money is not emotional. Money does not say, oh yeah, sijui. No. Money is, these people, they're chasing a return. So they focused on building housing for the 3% that earned well and build expensive homes. For the 97%, they were left to your own elements. So what happened? There needed to be housing. So who stepped in to provide, because there was a gap that was created? Who stepped in? Who stepped in? We call them slumlords. So ladies and gentlemen, the creation of slums is not a phenomenon that is strange. It happens where you have low wages and high cost of land. And then you have no government intervention. It means the private sector is doing it for a profit. Now, let me shock you. Those of you who are in real estate, because I know some of you are in real estate, you may think that if you have some apartments in Kilimani, which we can see a lot of them coming up, you may think those apartments are very lucrative in terms of returns. Or you may think because you have an acre in Muthaiga and you've built a massive palatial home that it gives you good return. Let me shock you. The best returns for real estate in Kenya are in the slums. You look shocked. Yeah, I wanted to shock you. The best returns are they're in the slums. And what is this that is in the slum? You have a mabati structure, okay, that is built, and by the way, there is electricity there. But where do you think they get electricity from? They steal it. Yeah. So the electricity that is being provided is they tap from a transformer, they put it in the house, and they don't pay Kenya Power. Okay? But they charge the slum dweller almost 140% more than you who is paying Kenya Power directly. Then comes water. They don't provide you with water in the house, but they have got what they call them water cartels, all these guys with water boozers that are selling. Do you know how much they are selling water to the people in the slums? At 175% more than you who has got running water in your house. And guess what? The highest level of indignity is when you have to pay to use a toilet. The people who are living in the slums pay to use a toilet. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is what is called the penalty of poverty. You are poor, and then life decides to punish you more for being poor. Because you are paying higher rental, okay? You are paying higher for electricity, higher for water, and you pay more to use a toilet. Every time you go to a toilet, you pay 10 shillings. You may have 5 toilets in your own home. You may not know what is the indignity of having to pay to use a toilet. And by the way, it is not that the toilet is in the house. You have to walk a distance. So at night, where do you think they will do? Because there is insecurity. Where do you think they go to the toilet? They have something which is called a flying toilet. So, we have houses in Kenya, and like that gentleman who said, Nani hana kwao, It is true. People have homes, but are those homes dignified? So, ladies and gentlemen, we, the people, decided that we are going to bequeath ourselves certain rights. And one of those rights, which are unqualifiable rights in the Constitution, is the right to housing. And it just didn't say right to housing. It talked about right to adequate housing and basic services. That is a right that you gave yourself. It is not a favor your government is doing for you. It is a right. But you know, you can give yourself 1,000 rights. But the question is, how do you pay for your rights? How do we pay for those rights? So, ladies and gentlemen, we as a responsible government looked at 60 years. I am the PS in charge of slums. So my clients are the slum dwellers. So every day I wake up, I have to go and address myself as to how I'm going to solve the problem of my clients, who are the slum dwellers. And by the way, the slums are increasing every day because, listen to this, the Center for Affordable Housing in Africa did a study of all the major capital cities in Africa, and they found Nairobi to have the most expensive land in the continent of Africa. So you have the most expensive land. By the way, do you know how much of an acre of land went the other day in Upper Hill? Who can guess? What is the cost of an acre? Let me try and be a teacher. Anyone? 100 million, my friend. That was 1970 something. Who can tell me? 1.2 billion shillings for an acre of land. I know, PS, you're looking at me like, kwani iko gold kwa hiyo acre. That is how expensive land is. So, ladies and gentlemen, where you have expensive land, low wages, the cities tend to push people out. It is pushing you out. It is rejecting you. So where do you think people will go? They ordinarily, you will say, let them go to the places where land is not expensive. So they go to Kajiado, Kisaju, Siju, they go to part of Mavoko, Nauko. But these are working people. So they need to be closer to where they work. And we don't have a reliable public transport system and an affordable one. So where do you think the people will go? They will go and look for land. And what will they do? They occupy it. So ladies and gentlemen, in 2019 I did a study because I wanted to know how big of a problem I had. I counted the number of slums in Kenya. I had 1,419 slums, 2019. I am doing another count now. I am doing another census. I can tell you, we have not even touched half of the country and we already gone past the number that we had in 2019. Think about it. 70% of all urban dwellers live in the slums. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can argue and disagree on how to solve a problem. But you cannot keep on burying your head in the sand and say you have no problem. Because where 70% of your working people live in that undignified manner, you have a problem. And by the way, there is one thing which is a constant. Our boundaries don't grow. Our population is increasing. We have more people moving from rural areas to urban areas in search of high quality of life, or so they think. So we have a high rural-urban migration. We have a lot of people joining the job market. And when they join the job market, what kind of jobs are being created? 15% formal, 85% informal. So where do you think they're going to live? So you might have a big wall outside your home. I mean, whatever, protecting your home. But I can tell you, the do nothing is going to take us to an abyss. So, now, let me tell you then where TVET comes in. And please, PS, you know, I get in this mood, I become a preacher, so you have to time me, please, because I can become indisciplined. So, I hope I have convinced you that we have a problem. Do you have a problem? Okay. We can disagree how to solve the problem, and that's fair. And by the way, we don't have the monopoly of knowledge in terms of how to fix the problem. And by the way, many of you may not know, and if you visit bomayangu.go.ke, and there is a tab written research. Please, before you become a commentator on housing matter, go and read and see what we have done. Because we didn't thumbsuck. We didn't just wake up one morning and decide housing levy, let's do this, let's do that, without thinking. We have done research. We have benchmarked with countries that have done it right and countries that have done it wrong. I can tell you one country that did it wrong is Mexico. Mexico built a lot of homes. They did not put the infrastructure. So what happened? You have apartments, no infrastructure. Who do you think occupies those homes? Robbers, murderers, all thugs. Anybody who does not want light because there is no electricity, they are going to go live there. We have benchmarked with Singapore. Yes, that Singapore that you talk about. And Singapore in the 1960s, the same time we were getting independence, was one very big slum. It looked like Kibera. And so, if Singapore was transformed in a lifetime, we can transform this country also in our lifetime. All we need to do is to stop wanting to be popular, wanting to do the convenient, being selfish, and we have to put our heads together and say, you can't say that I am not my brother's keeper. Because I have a home, I don't care about my brother. So we have a problem. Have you seen the problem? Now, we have another bigger problem. This country is churning out every year somewhere between 500 and 800,000 young people from TVET, from universities, and they're joining the job market. Where are the jobs? My sister from South Africa, they say, hakuna msebenzi. Hakuna msebenzi. There's no job. Hakuna kazi. Right? There's no jobs. So, and we all know that we have a very high unemployment rate. So that's problem number 2. Number 3, we are one country that is food insecure. I have seen the session in the afternoon is dealing with food. And you're wondering, what is housing got to do with food? It has everything to do with food, because we are decimating all the arable land. We are turning arable land into what? Into real estate. Why? Because real estate pays better than farming. So in a short period of time, you see Kiambu. Kiambu is almost like a concrete jungle now. Sindio? Every piece of land, people are converting, maguta, they are selling and they're doing all manner of things. So, that is another problem that we have. So, we looked at this problem and we said, we have to solve it. We can't bury our heads in the sand. But there are certain dividends that are going to come out if we solve the problem. If we solve the problem of more slums, unemployment, and food insecurity, and land fragmentation, if we are able to solve those problems through this housing program, there are dividends that we are going to get. And so, if you go to my presentation, and I'm going to hand it over to you because of time, and maybe you can distribute it, okay, to the audience here. It's a beautiful presentation, I can tell you. You'll love it. And it has an album at the end. So maybe when I finish, I'll just take you through the album. Because okay, right? So, now, stay with me. Because our problem is so huge. In 2017, this is about research, right? The World Bank did a study about the economic situation in Kenya, focused on housing. And I want to urge you, because nyinyi ni watu ya kusoma, si ndio? I want to urge you to go and look for a document. It is titled Unaffordable and Unavailable. Unaffordable and unavailable. That is how they summed up the market, the housing market in Kenya. It was, where there is housing, it is unaffordable. And largely, it is unavailable. Okay? Now, in that study, they said that if you invested in housing, now I'm coming closer to home. If you invest in housing, and you invest at scale, if you invest in housing and you invest at scale, you stop looking at housing as 4 walls and a roof. Disaggregate the house into components. Are you with me? So don't look at the number of units. We need to build 200,000 every year. But instead of thinking of 200,000 units, think of how many doors. 200,000 units. If you build them, how many doors are you going to create? Now, do you know how many doors are there on average in a house? 5. Sindio? 5. So if you have 5 houses, 5 doors, and you have 200,000 homes, how many doors do you think are those? Aya, kwani TVET mfanyagi hesabu? 1 million for 200,000. Now, if you take a door has other components. A door has something called hinges. Ama milango zenyu hazina hinges? Ziko na hinges? How many hinges are in a door? 3 on average. Sasa hizo hesabu mnaanza kuona where I'm heading with this. So you have, if you do 200,000 homes, okay, times 5 doors, times 3, it means in 1 year, how many hinges can you make? 3 million. Now, let me give you the bad news. The bad news is that this country, we import hinges. That thing there, we import it. Okay? But you cannot see value if you're only doing 1 hinge, 2 hinges, 3 hinges. Indio? But when someone tells you we can create 3 million hinges, PS here will tell you that these TVET colleges have got CAD design computers. You have all the whatever for designing, so you can design the hinge here. Yes, no? So if I gave you an order to fabricate hinges today, 3 million a year, isn't that an industry you've created? Now, these young people that you're teaching in here, haven't you created a market? So first of all, while they are learning, instead of waiting for a hinge to come from outside the country, okay, they can actually go and see it being physically made. So, think about it. That's only a door. But did you know there are more windows than doors? Ama mjui kwa nini mnakaa nyumba zinakaa namna gani? Si dirisha ni mingi kuliko milango? So, that's 1 million doors, probably 3 million windows. And you know a window is also more expensive than a door. You know that? Now, can you see that this program for housing is just not about 4 walls and a roof? Yes, we must sort out the dignity of our people because we have a problem. Yes? We must sort out the growing slums because nobody likes to wake up and drive through, even if we're in Mdosi. Think about it. Every upmarket area in Kenya has a slum. Yes or no? Sindio? Si Karen muko na slum? Si watu ya Runda muko na slum? Githogoro? Hapa Lavington si muko na slum? Kangemi we have Kawangware. Ama nyinyi mnatoka pande gani? Gani ingine? Hata hapa nje iko. Bas, principal ameniambia hapa nje iko. So akisema hivyo tunakubali. So we must solve the problem of the growing slums. And it is us as leaders and us as Kenyans, because there is nobody else. Make no mistake. There's nobody else who is going to come from outside to come and solve your problems. You must come up with your own homegrown solution on how to fix your problems. And you must find ways to fund it. But even as you do that, you must focus on an industry like housing that is able to create 1 million doors, 3 million windows. Do you know how many bags of cement we're talking about? Do you know how many bags of cement? 18 million bags of cement. Na nyinyi watu wengine mnafikiria cement inatoka kwa duka. Do you know where cement comes from? Inatoka kwa Simba factory huko? Hapana. Inaanza kwenye Kware. Ama? So the 18 million bags of cement lazima muanze limestone huko kwa Kware. Si ndio hivyo? Haya, hiyo limestone inaendaga aje kwa factory? Sinaenda na lori. Sinaenda na lori. Hiyo lori iko na driver na iko na tanboy na iko na watu ya kufokera au mnaitaka nini akuload. Si ndio hivyo? Okay, waziri, these people asidhani wanataka hii teaching, wanataka si ni kweli? Haya, hiyo truck ikifika huko, si kuna mtu ya kutoa hiyo limestone. Ikiingia kule, sina mixiwa na coal, ina mixiwa na kitu kingine, si ndio? Inakuwa clinker, inaingia kwa factory, inatengenezwa tena mpaka inakuwa cement. Kuna mtu mwingine anaiweka kwenye karatasi imetoka pan paper huko Webuye, inakuja inasongezwa huko ndani, alafu kuna mtu anachukua hiyo bag. It's not the same person ambaye aliweka limestone, si ndio? Si ni mtu mwingine. So what are you doing? So you're creating employment. Ama nyinyi mnasema hiyo sio kazi? Si tunasema kazi ni kazi. Kwani mlikuwa nadhani hiyo was just a slogan? Ladies and gentlemen, you don't need to have a PhD in economics for you to be able to understand that to fix our economy, we must focus on areas that have a huge multiplier effect. And none of them is better than housing. And ladies and gentlemen, when you get time and go through my presentation, because you will, you need to, because I want to convert you into this gospel of affordable housing, because it is a good gospel, because it is dignifying our people. I've just come from Mukuru now before I came here. I've come from Mukuru. I was attending a graduation ceremony Mukuru kwa jenga ambapo tunajenga 15,000 homes. In fact, job kama mko na hiyo presentation weka hapo ili niwaonyeshe album as I wind up. Nimetoka huko kupatiana certificate for young people who have graduated, not si ati nini, wamepata certificate for digital learning kwa slum, because we are building houses. Tumewekea piped gas, ile kulipa alikuwa analipa. Do you know when we gave the first houses in Mukuru, when the president handed over the keys, you know, if you go on TikTok and look at the content that was generated by the new homeowners, majority of the content was created in the toilet. Mtu tu anakalia choo, ati choo ya kukalia, ati hii ni yangu. You know things are bad when the conversation turns into the discussion is about a toilet. And now we have leaders in this country, because me, I'm not a politician. I know Waziri, you're a politician, but I am a creation of politics. So allow me nipige politics kidogo tu. Mimi unajua hezi nitandika kwa sababu sisi is politician. But surely you have a senator, for example, of Nairobi, where 70% of your clients live in that slum, and you have a problem with housing. How? If there was anything that at least we should have agreed on, is what? Is housing, because majority of your clients live in the slums. The people that voted for you. But you know, it is not popular. It's very popular to go and say, oh, we don't know, this is high taxes, it is like this. It's very popular to say that. But they are bankrupt of ideas. They have no plan. The only thing they shout is they'll tell you one term, they'll tell you sijui what, but they cannot tell you how they are going to fix the slum problem. Because what we should be having here today is that Hinga, make way so that I can bring in my PS for housing that has better idea than yours. But right now tu ni kushout one term, waseme ati hii housing tukiingia kwa serikali tutatoa na tutaiuza hiyo manyumba tutawanyang'anya. How? Which country do you live in? How? Have we become a have we become a jungle? Do you know the right to owning property is a right that is enshrined in the Constitution? Nobody is going to come and take away your house that you have bought. Anyway, if the person queuing my presentation can go, because I just want to show you what we are doing, because seeing is believing. And no, by the way, this is normally 4.5 hours. So please, I have condensed. Haya, turudi hapo nyuma kidogo. Sasa mimi nataka kwa nyuma kidogo. Umeenda mbele sana nyuma. These ones are not hii si ile tunaitaka renders. Hii si ile ya kuchorwa kwa nini? Hii iko kwa side. My friend, go back. Rudi nyuma, umeenda mbali sana. Aya, before I go that, now, let me tell you, in fact, just go back one more slide. Go back. Okay, one more. Okay. Now, what is the opportunity for us, TVET and housing? Because it would be remiss of me nikimbie kwa picha niwaonyeshe and I don't tell you. Now, here you are teaching these young people. You're teaching, majority of my clients on site ni wametoka kwenyu. By the way, si hata university. Majority of them wametoka kwa nini? Kwenyu. And then, you as a TVET, you don't even have enough money to run this TVET. Principal ni ukweli ama ni uongo? Si hata dormitory huku mnalia niwajengea, si ndio hivyo? Na si mimi nawajengea? I hope hapa Kabete najenga. Very good. At least iko hapa nyuma. Very good. At least I can feel at home. Hamtanipiga hapa kwa sababu ya housing levy. So, now, think about it, principal. If today, the houses that we are building around here, and I can tell you, I don't know, wewe uko Kiambu ama uko Nairobi? Kabete hii ni ya Nairobi ama ni ya Kiambu? Ya Nairobi. This side is Nairobi, this side is whatever. Haya, hapa tu chini ukienda niko na Kikuyu housing inafanya. Affordable housing. Inafanya hapa. Hapa chini Kabete inafanya another big estate. Now, hiyo estate ya Kabete ni 2000 units. 2000 units times 5. Ni how many? Ni 10,000. So I need 10,000 doors. Multiply by 3. I need 30,000 windows. Now, my doors, do I have my Juakali people here? Are they here? Wako hapa hivi. These are my real people hapa. Wako hapa wengine? Nimeona mwingine pale, my sister there. Listen, we have ring fenced the doors and windows for our Juakali people. And they are delivering, by the way. And they are delivering quality. Because let me tell you something. Hata ile mlango wewe umeenda umenunua kwa mtu fulani hapo hivi, ilitoka kwao. The only difference is that between them and you, there are like 3-4 brokers who each make more money than them. So as a government, we said, tuachane na broker ndio unaonaga wengi wao ni mablogger ndio wanatuchapaga huko. Kwa sababu they are benefiting more than the person who made the door. Mimi nikaenda directly to them. Nikamwambia, si nyinyi mnajua kutengeneza mlango? Na mnajua kutengeneza dirisha? Na nyinyi ni wa Kenya? What if I gave you a contract? And one slide before that one, because I want to demonstrate with an example. Hiyo hapa. What if I gave you a contract to build doors and windows? So I demonstrated it through 3 Juakali associations. Moja inaitwa Ngong Road Association, ingine inaitwa Kamukunji, na ingine inaitwa nini? Kariobangi. Sasa hawa watu nikawaambia, I have 10,000 doors I need you to make. And I will pay you, I think 10,000 or 14,000 shillings a door. Tukafanya hesabu, tukacalculate, I think it came to about 122 million. Yaani watu wa Juakali wakakaa hivi wakasema, lakini wewe my friend unakuwa na mchezo. Usikuje kutuenjoy bana. Nikauliza kwa nini? Akasema sisi watu wa Juakali unaweza tupatia contract ya 122 million. You must be smoking something stronger than a fish. Nikamwambia, I have my contractor and I have the opportunity. So tukasign na wao. Nilikuwa na a contractor, a Chinese contractor. Huyo Chinese contractor akasema hapana. Mimi ningetaka kuleta milango na windows kutoka China. Nikasikiza. Akasema those doors and windows will cost you a fraction of what these people are charging you. Nikamwambia, sikiza my friend. Even if you gave me the door for free, I will not take it. You know why? There is something bigger than the door. We are growing an industry. And there is a price that we have to pay to grow our industry. Mimi nikasimama na hawa watu. Nikapatia hawa contract ya 122 million. Okay? Wakaanza kazi. But before they could do the en masse, ile milango, wakaambiwa leteni sample. Wakaleta ya kwanza ilikuwa combo, wakaambiwa rudisha. Wakaleta ingine imewap kidogo, wakaambiwa rudisha. Because these houses are for sale, si ndio? Ama yeye waziri ukiingia hiyo nyumba unaweza angalia mlango iko combo useme lakini kwa sababu ilitengenezwa na watu ya jua kali it's fine, haizuru. Unataka mlango ikuwe sawa sawa, si ndio hivyo? So they got the right quality, they made the doors and they delivered those doors 100%. Okay? But before they did that, and this is a very funny part of the story. So wakasema PS, thank you for the 122 million. Wakakimbia kwa bank. Because now they need working capital. Watu wa jua kali wanaanza kuongea mambo ya working capital. Kizungu ingine hapo hivi ni umezoea nyinyi huko kwa ofisi huko. Wakasema tunataka working capital. Banks they don't chase you away. Wakamuuliza but who is the borrower? Wakaangaliana wakasema sisi. Sisi ni nani? Sisi ni watu ya Ngong, sisi ni watu ya Kariobangi, sisi ni watu ya Kamukunja. Wakaambiwa who is the borrower? There has to be a corporate. Wakaambiwa you must corporatize. They went and formed a company. Do you know what they call that company? You know me, I thought they would have called it Simba Wayuda. They went and they called it Ngokamka. And I'm assuming that majority of them wametoka huko Murema kama mimi. Sababu wao ndio wanapendanga majina ya kama bwana yako ni wewe ni husband ni Joe na bibi ni Sue, unaita kampani yako Josu. Hao watu inaonekana ni Murema kwa sababu walienda wakasema Ngong, wakasema Ngo. Kamukunji wakasema Ka. So Ngokamka pale ni Ngong, Kamukunji na Kariobangi. Nikamwambia lakini hii jina mkipeleka kwa bank itawaambia muende kwa sababu hiyo jina ina. Wakaniambia let me tell you PS, it is inclusivity. Nikasema amen to inclusivity. They got their first contract. They are 10,000 members. They delivered the doors, they got the 122 million. Then one day they came to me and they told me, PS, tusaidie kuna mtu anaitwa KRA. Mbona huku tuambia kuna KRA? Wanasema we owe the money. We don't owe the money. Nikamwambia sasa my friend, you have earned money. Lazima ufanye nini? Ulipe ushuru. Then nikaenda kwa Commissioner General at that time nikamwambia usiweke pressure sana. Watu ni wangwana, I still owe them money. Usiwafungie accounts. They will pay you. And they ended up paying taxes. Then they came and told me, but PS, these houses that are being built where we are putting these doors, because the contract was for building doors and installing. Wakasema, ni za nani hizi? Nikamwambia they are for Kenyans. So wakauliza, can we buy? Nikamuuliza, are you a Kenyan? Akasema, yes. Then you can buy. How? Nikamwambatia mutaratara. 118 of them. 118 of them raised the deposit. Unfortunately, by the time they had raised the deposit, nyumba zilikuwa zimefanya nini? Mimi nikamanage kuwauzia, was it 58 or 59? So I today 59 Juakali people from Ngokamka are homeowners. My friend. Walikuwa naishi huko tenements, pipeline, nini, wengine kwa slum. Saa hizi wako na contract ya 122 million, wamesha deliver. While at it, that Chinese contractor got a contract in Uganda. Remember, he was telling me he wants to bring doors from where? From China. But they became friends. Walisumbuana na hao watu mpaka wakakuwa marafiki. Sasa ule chairman wao akakuja akaniambia, unajua PS, now we have become international business. Nikamuuliza, really? How? Akaniambia, we are supplying doors in Uganda. So listen, it began with a dream turned into an industry hired people, and now we are exporting doors to Uganda. I mean, oh ye of little faith. That is how to build a nation. So if we build many doors, many windows, and we build them together with you. Now, TVET, quickly. Now, all the TVET colleges. And me, I told you I'm a banker. So me, I'm not here to give you a kayaza bunwasi. Me, I want to show you how to make money principle. Okay? Hi, wacha nikuonyesha how to make money. And me and my word, I'll guarantee you to make money. Let me show you how to make money. So what you do, these Juakali people are my clients. Okay? I have given them contracts worth 11 billion. Because of this housing program, they have contracts worth 11 billion. Hii hapa ya wanaitwa nani hawa watu wangu? Wa Kibera. Hii Kibera mnaona siku hizi kwa mtandao. Those guys, their contract is 750 million. Can you imagine? Wewe, how many watu wangapi hapa wanakuwa na kandarasi ya 750 million? We're changing this country, my friend. Now, they have a contract of 750 million. They have a few delivery challenges which you can solve and you make some money. What is the problem? One, they don't have a place where they can work. You have a lot of space in your colleges. Why don't you, instead of seeing them as a bother, partner with them? Okay? And then, me, will give them money to come and put up a structure where they will put their workshop. By the way, as I am telling you that, my PS here has facilitated me for the first one. Here in Nairobi, Nairobi National. Sini kweli? Umeconfirm si hekaya za Abunwasi? So, ame partner na watu ya jua kali. Sasa wale watu ya jua kali, they've gone and set up there. Where we provide them with space to work. Then, your students. Sasa, instead ya kuanza kutafuta attachment na huko na wanakula theory the whole day. Hao wanatandika kitabu for 3 hours. In the afternoon, wanaenda wapi? For workshop. And now they are being taught. Usione watu wa jua kali, unaona hata venye wamevaa maridadi hapa hivi. My friend, these guys, they are skilled, they know what they are doing. Life may not have been very kind. So, what are they doing? They are teaching our young people in the TVET colleges practical way. So, isn't that a symbiotic relationship? Now, I want you to go one step further, principal. Okay? I want you to come, and I have asked the PS to come, we sit down. Because I want to ring fence a small amount. So they are charging me 14,000 per door. I'm willing to pay a little bit more so that a bit of money comes back to the college. So, what do we have? We have industries that are mushrooming. We have work sites. Almost every TVET where there is, you can convert it into a work site. Why? Because I am building houses every corner of this country. So where there is, hata kwa waziri hapa hivi anaweza kuambia, tuko huko Kitutu Masaba, sijui Nyaribari Masaba. Tuko huko, tumejenga kabisa huko, si ndio waziri? Tumejenga everywhere. Tell me anywhere and there is a housing project in Kenya. So, and I believe there is a TVET college almost every part of this country. So this is a model that does not require cabinet approval, does not require ile kizungu mingi ile yetu. Sijui nini ukulienda. Hapana, it is just me and you. Tukae chini. I have given them the contract. They need a place to work. They need a place to store their products. And they need, and then you need a place where your student can get practical experience. And you need some money. And while at it, I can build for you more accommodation. And that accommodation I can build with you, by the way. I can buy the material and I can pay you for some labor. Why? Si hapa you're teaching masonry. Sasa kama una teach masonry na wewe unataka nyumba ya dormitory, kwa nini unaenda kandarasi kutoka nje? Si unafundisha yeye alafu unamwambia this afternoon tunaenda unionyeshe venye umelan. Na unakujengea dormitory. Alafu unampatia kitu kidogo. I mean, surely. So we can deliver your own dormitories or hostels using this model. And it is sustainable because we have a long way to go before we can solve our housing problem. So it is an industry you can think of. So sasa tuende mbele kidogo niwaonyeshe picha ili nikae chini, si ndio? Mmefurahi hiyo masomo? Okay. I think you have to create a curriculum kidogo hapo hivi. Mimi ndakuwa nikikuja nafundisha kidogo hivi. Sasa twende. Twende kwa picha. Umeenda mbio sana. Haya, hapa ndio nimetoka. Hiyo ndio Mukuru. This is 15,000 homes that are being built. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, the biggest estate ever built in Kenya was Buruburu, which was done in 15 years. It is 5,000. This is 15,000 done in 3 years. I mean, surely, that is transformation of a nation. Let's go on. And this estate has a school, or schools actually, has a level 4 hospital, has a fire station, has a shopping center, has piped gas in every home, and has fixed broadband network. Yani those guys are surfing. Wait, I think I should become a marketer and stop being a banker. Haya, ndio huko naona hata huko ndani huku sasa ni Homa Bay. Tuendelee haraka haraka, huku ni Nakuru Bondeni. Hapa ndio nilizaliwa, my friend. So you can imagine the joy I had. Na hizi, they already occupied and people are living there. I have a police woman who is forever grateful. Ananionaga hivi anasema, now what do I give? Nikamwambia, don't give me anything. Because you've paid me to do what? To do my job. Tuendeleeni 605 units hapo Nakuru. These are not renders, my friend. These are real. Hapa Machakos, this is also are already occupied. Beautiful houses. Go on. Elbagon, Warufaga. Go on. Mgwen, hapa ni Nandi. Also occupied. President was there a few months ago. Tuendelee. Vihiga. Tuendelee. I know they look alike. Mnaweza fikiria huyu jamaa tu hakuna copy paste hapa hivi tafadhali we. Hapa ni Kakamega, Lurambi. By the way, hiyo ya Kakamega, let me tell you something funny. It is next to State Lodge and it is next to the golf course. So hao watu ukiwauliza na studio unit inayatoka 600,000. Na they are paying me only 4,000 a month for a mortgage. 4,000. Wewe unaweza kosa 4,000 kweli, lakini what 4,000 si unakulaga hapo hivi alafu unasahau? Can you imagine 4,000 is making someone a homeowner? Alafu hawa watu siku hizi wanasemaga ati mnaishi wapi? Golf estate. Tuendelee. Haraka haraka. Buxton, hiyo ni ya Mombasa, beautiful. Mpaka unaona hiyo swimming pool, hiyo ni Olympic size swimming pool. By the way, all our houses are coming with swimming pool. Sasa ule mwea ambaye anakuambia saa hizi ati usichukue hizo nyumba atakunyang'anya ukichukua. You know, by the way, let me tell you what is happening. You know, those politicians who are selling that narrative are doing such a great disservice. And the people who are listening to them, there will be a lot of hue and cry. You know why? Because the silent majority are buying. Hizi nyumba by the way zinaenda kwenda. Haya, twende haraka haraka, naona PS anaangalia saa. Okay, twende, yuko ni Mabera. Hizi ni zingine zimelaunchiwa. So endeleeni kuangalia hiyo. Mungu awabariki. Your housing levy is the one that is transforming this. So as long as you're paying your housing levy, thank you very much. God bless you. Na akuongezee. So that ujenge nyingi zaidi. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together again for PS Hinga for such a beautiful presentation. Sawa sawa. Asanteni sana, ladies and gentlemen. I know you're very tired. Ebu look at your neighbor. Mwambie she sells by the shisho. Ati nini? She sells. Amazing. So ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our first session this afternoon. And so I'd like to invite on stage the Kayamba singers. Are they still around? Kayamba, yes. Even as we transition to the next panel. So at this point in time, I think we will just be upstanding. Kayamba, we do the national anthem as we close this first session, and then we get into the next session. Kayamba, karibuni sana. We have another microphone here.
Thank you, and these are, we all Kenyans. Karibu Kenya, for those of us who are visiting and who are coming. Kenya, we peace lovers. Kenya, hakuna matata. We are proud Kenyans. Jay?
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Shangilia.
Asanteni sana Kayamba Africa. Tuwapigie makofi jamani. Then we will allow our chief guest to leave. Naona una haraka kidogo. Asante sana Bwana CS, asante sana Bwana PS and Madam PS. Ladies and gentlemen, we now get into our second panel. Our second panel. I will invite on stage Mairura Omwenga from the University of Nairobi, who is the moderator for the second panel, where we'll be discussing TVET and the affordable housing agenda, that is building technical capacity for sustainable development. Mairura Omwenga, University of Nairobi, please make your way to the stage. On that panel, we will have Mr. Joe Mutugu, who is the Chief Executive Officer, or rather who will be represented by Martin Kimeu, the Acting General Manager, Affordable Housing Board, Albert Gakuru, the Regional Director, Nyamai Wambua for HSC, who is the CEO, Julius Gishohi, and Glory Mutungi. Lilian, tufanye aje? Omwenga of the University of Nairobi, who will be the moderator, where we will be discussing TVET and the affordable housing agenda, that is building technical capacity for sustainable development. Bwana Mairura Omwenga, karibu sana. Let's appreciate him tafadhali with a round of applause. And then on that panel, we will have Mr. Joe Mutugu, who is the Chief Executive Officer, AHB, but I'm told he'll be represented by Martin Kimeu, who is the Acting General Manager, Affordable Housing Board. Let's appreciate him. We will appreciate him kama watu wameshiba. Sawa sawa? One clap. Amazing. Let's appreciate Mr. Albert Gakuru, who is the Regional Director, SDHUD. Is he here? Will he be represented by Collins Ngige? Yes. Collins Ngige? Collins Ngige? Okay. Atatupata Voi. We have Nyamai Wambua, who is the CEO, KNF JKA. Let's appreciate him. Makofi ya watu wameshiba. Asante sana. We have Mr. Julius Gishohi, who is the Director, Capacity Building and Training, RCMRD. Let's appreciate him as well as he comes on stage. From KM, we have Francis Muketu, who is the Project Manager, TVET and Skills Development. Are you here, Mr. Francis? Okay. Atatupata mbele. And then Dr. Glory Mutungi, who is from the Nairobi National Polytechnic. Let's appreciate her as well as she comes on stage. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I will leave the stage for our moderator, Mr. Mairura Omwenga of the University of Nairobi. He will be taking us through TVET and the affordable housing agenda, building technical capacity for sustainable development. Looking forward to a great session. Remember the deal. Dare you? Dare you sleep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much and good afternoon. I think one of the panelists, Gloria was here. Gloria was here. If somebody can, is actually the one to take the first point of discussion. As she makes her way through, as she makes her way into the podium, may I then thank the TVET National Polytechnic for availing this opportunity, and indeed, we also want to thank everybody for finding time to attend this particular session. I think you realize that our discussion, our topic of discussion is about the TVET and the housing agenda, and it appears that the PS, Charles Hinga, really set the stage for this discussion. And I think he made justice. Okay, I suppose none of us has that agenda better than the PS, Charles Hinga, and therefore this afternoon, as panelists, will actually just be doing an overview, a summary of what he presented, so that we also save on time. So thank you very much, and as we do that then, without wasting time, I may want to then to start with the, yes, I think this is the best place to start. Looking at the TVETs in relation to affordable housing, I'll want to start with one of the key players that are really leading in the delivery of the affordable housing program in the country, and this will be addressed by our representative, the General Manager, Project Management in the Affordable Housing Board, Martin Kimeu. And Martin, just taking it from where the PS left it, what are some of the competences that we need to have, that indeed the TVETs need to prioritize so that the delivery of housing is made more efficient in terms of construction methodologies, fabrication, building information modeling, green building technologies, and indeed, in the present era, talking about smart housing systems. Martin.
Thank you, Mwalimu and moderator for the session. My name has been said. I am Martin Kimeu. I'm the acting general manager at the Affordable Housing. And thanks to the principal Kabete for organizing this kind of a forum. It's a useful forum where the industry and the schools meet and speak to each other so that whatever the schools are producing meets the needs of the industry. The questions you have pushed to me is around skills and competences which can help the affordable housing environment. But before I go to the question, just to repeat what everybody knows is the Affordable Housing Board is the government arm which is implementing the affordable housing, which involves development of affordable housing and related infrastructure. In this space, we are constructing residential houses which are for sale to the nation and related infrastructure. We are doing associated markets. You have seen markets around the country. Besides that, we are doing institutional housing, which is some housing like the PS mentioned in the morning, to institutions like the TVET, universities, police stations. All that is to address the housing challenge in the country. This one will not be easy for us to perform unless it is through collaboration with all of us, because housing involves a lot in terms of skills, machinery, labor, land, and a lot of things. So this, the question is now for TVETs, how will they be able to fit in and participate well in the affordable housing environment through providing the appropriate skills in this space? Construction has changed much, and the degrees will not change, because we'll still keep on producing engineers, we'll still keep on producing architects, we'll still keep on producing construction management experts. But we need to ask ourselves, is what other skills will we do so that we ensure that we are up and we match with the market. Every developer, every producer anywhere, they are looking about cost efficiency, effectiveness in building, and building, completing these buildings in very short times. When we talk of modern construction technology, as the question has been put, we need to ask ourselves, how will we be able to, what technologies are we going to tap to ensure that, what are we going to put in our students to ensure that when they come out, they can address, they have the skills which fit the modern technologies. If you go to every building now, to ensure efficiency, to ensure cost effectiveness, you will find, yes, you are producing the same engineers, but where you used to do the normal formwork, now we are doing, and I'm sure now you know that, we are doing the aluminium formworks. So you need to prepare your students to have that kind of technology. Even owing to many constraints and to improve efficiency, most of the things we will find that we are doing now, buildings are becoming modular, where you find most of the works you do off-site, you bring a complete wall, you come and fix it in your building, and these things are to make the buildings a bit, you are able to work faster and cost effectively. When you are doing modular, when you are doing the aluminium formwork, you find you are doing less plastering. The buildings are almost ready, so you'll be able to move in faster and do things faster and more cost effectively. If you look at what is even happening in roads, precast concrete is becoming very common. So you are still producing the same engineers, the same architects, but you need to look at what modern technologies you'll be able to teach your students so that when they come in, they can fit in the market very well and they can do value addition. When we look at the green buildings, when we talk about green buildings, we're talking about sustainable buildings, and you need to prepare your students such that as they come now, technology is pushing us where it will not be economical, where you just let all the water, the rainwater comes, it flows, and you also want to come and buy water from the water companies to water your grass. So we need to think of water recycling, how the water from the grey water, how do you recycle it such that it can be used? Because elsewhere it has been used to do general area cleaning, landscaping, those kind of things. Also, how do you make sure that you are building? And this is very necessary in terms of the long-term management of these buildings. You may find solar looks very expensive today, solar energy, but in terms of operation and maintenance, if you can be able to light the common areas with solar and not, let us not also be limiting solar to common area lighting, it can do more. Where you can do most of your energies from solar, and where in some areas where you don't need to have to light your areas, most of your areas can they have just normal lighting. How do you prepare your students to fit in that kind of market? We have buildings in this town, for example, where you find the old building is using 60% solar energy and they only supplement 30% from the grid. Besides the green energy and modern construction methods, let me talk about smart buildings. Smart buildings are buildings where you find some of the things you don't need a lot of human intervention. And especially in areas which reduce energy wastage, conserve energy. Most buildings these days, they want, in areas like lighting, motion sensors, if there is nobody, the energy goes off, and when somebody comes, the energy comes back. Besides that, on areas of security, access control, now we are using technology. Even in most essays, we'll find as you move in, and this is also common in the affordable housing space, moving in and out is technology controlled. We need to, even vehicle movement. How do you control the moving of vehicles, moving out of vehicles? How do you control visitors moving in and out? Those are the spaces where we need to come with technologies which will help us to be able to manage that area without a challenge. In this space, affordable housing is producing houses in big numbers. For instance, and it was mentioned in the morning, we have like Mukuru, where we have units in excess of 13,000, one project. In most of these spaces, you'll find water is supplied through one bulk meter. Your students need to be ready to come and manage these services in a smart way. And that's why now we are talking of, if you are teaching real estate students, now the issues of preparing tokens to build people, now it's no longer in use. You need smart water management. This smart water will also help, it will help you consume what you are paid for. And it's happening both in power and in water. Even the the properties the space was mentioned about in Mukuru, yes, we have piped gas, but it is smart managed. You don't need to anybody to come and intervene. What you are paid for is what you consume. This is bringing efficiency in terms of you don't need people to move in to bill people, to demand for money. You just have a smart system. As you consume, after you finish consumption, your system goes off. And that is the way to go. So we need to prepare our students to be ready for this smart management. The traditional way of going and lock somebody's house is going off. We have not reached that space, but in some buildings you'll find if you are not paying rent, you go and the door cannot open for you. that is where we are going. That is where both for water, both for, and actually this smart management is also helping in terms of, because for the real estate people, you'll find you're also in charge of service charge management, rent management. So if somebody is not compliant, the system will switch you off for water, for everything. So it is a way of ensuring a compliance. Those are the areas of focus. In areas of we also need to get smart because this space requires a lot of procurement, because if you look at the affordable housing space and you heard what the PS was talking about, those are big numbers. In terms of how do you prepare the logistics around procurement, ensuring that whatever you want is in place in your stores at the right time, and even some of these items you may find they are coming from locally, others from outside. There is a lot to learn in terms of the laws related to procurement locally, outside. Those are governance issues, environmental issues, and social issues, which are related to just the procurement, the supply chain management for this space. So there is a lot of skills which are required, and the skills relate to what problems are you coming to solve. So let us not just prepare students who have skills, as let us them have skills which will come and fit in the market appropriately. We cannot ignore technology. There will be a lot of data arising from this affordable housing space and all of it. Because if you go to Mukuru 13,000, if you go to Kibera 5,000, now you have started managing a lot of data. Who is paying? Who is not paying? Who is ahead in terms of payment? Who is in arrears in terms of this? Who is in which house? The frequency of people leaving the houses, that kind of stuff. So we also need people who are very efficient and who understand manipulation of data, and also in the light of data protection in this era, how do you address all that? There is a lot to be tackled, and it's about looking at the space, because affordable housing is producing big numbers. These numbers will bring challenges. How will the TVETs ensure that they are producing students who are coming to solve these problems? And we have done a lot. Maybe just to extend a hand, the PS mentioned about it. Also, affordable housing space is available for the TVET. As you produce your students, this is a place to engage with you in terms of internships, in terms of industrial attachments, as you prepare these keys for future employment and operating in this space to give the services. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very detailed illustration of how the TVET should be able to prepare themselves. I think that naturally now leads us to the industrial partnership needs to come in place, and in this case, the collaboration between our TVET institution and the construction firms, house developers, and indeed as indicated here about internships and so on, which provide practical training opportunities for trainees. And there is no better person to give us insight into this than our representative, the lead respondent, our architect Nyamai from the Juakali Federation. Welcome. But as he does that, I want to welcome our panelist also who has joined us, Elisha Nyamu, the Chief Principal, Tambelele National Polytechnic. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Yeah, so perhaps just for the benefit of the members, my name is Nyamai Wambua, and currently serving as the Chief Executive for the Kenya National Federation of Juakali Associations. So the Kenya National Federation of Juakali Associations is an umbrella organization for skilled artisans in the informal sector here in Kenya. We are 34 years of age, having been established in 1992. And we have a long history as an organization working with the government and previous administrations, successive administrations on national development issues. And of course, I know a lot of us know about the Juakali sector. Perhaps from wherever you come from in this country, you may be knowing a friend or a family member, or even if you don't have anybody who is in the Juakali sector, you consume a lot of products from this sector. And so Juakali is a household name in most of our national conversations. Yeah, so thanks again to your question. Yeah, of course, we are very happy first as a sector, as a Juakali sector, because we are part of the larger industry, the larger private sector, and just like previous speakers, especially the PS for housing, he reiterated many times the role that the Juakali sector plays in employment creation. It's the easiest sector to enter upon graduation, or upon completing your basic education, or even your tertiary education, or even your higher education. This is the sector that does not discriminate, irrespective of your level of education. Even professors are in the Juakali sector. You'll be surprised, lawyers are in the Juakali sector. Professionals of all manner, shapes, and kind. So that is why we feel that in terms of partnerships, engagement, and linking industry, the larger industry, with TVET especially, the Juakali sector has not been left behind. And I will demonstrate perhaps, yeah, of course, training and learning happens all the time, every place. Of course, we need to differentiate between training, which is formal education, and training and learning. So training definitely is the structured education and training, which happens in formal institutions like TVET institutions like this one, and all other types of learning institutions, or But we also have what we call work-based learning, or learning on the job, which is learning a lot of time in the industry, in the workplace. And this could be including in the Juakali sector, where either graduates of TVET institutions or graduates of the formal education sector transition, and they find their footing and their space in the Juakali sector, either by design or by default, but they find themselves there. But there are also others who actually have not been, perhaps successfully completed their formal learning journeys. So they either drop out for one reason or another, and they join the Juakali sector, and they continue with the learning, but this is what we call work-based learning. So the Juakali sector provides a lot of work-based learning. Yeah. In fact, studies have been done perhaps across sub-Saharan Africa sub-region, that up to 10 times skills development happens in the informal sector, more than it happens in the formal sector. especially formal TVET sector. So we have a lot of informal TVET, what we call informal TVET, which happens in the informal sector here in Kenya, where we call the jua kali sector. So that is a type of work-based learning. But I just wanted to say that we have also moved beyond that unstructured learning, work-based learning, to very well-structured learning through now formal linkages and partnerships between TVET institutions, for example, here in Kenya, and the jua kali sector. And I want to begin by saying, for example, the Kenya National Federation of Jua Kali Association has a formal framework of engagement signed by none other by yours truly and the PS for TVET, Dr. Esther Mori. We put pen to paper between the Kenya National Federation of Jua Kali Associations and the State Department for TVET on how to collaborate, how to partner, how to link the Jua Kali sector and the TVET sector as it were here in Kenya. So that provides a national overarching guide. And we were very intentional and deliberate to do that specifically for the affordable housing program. So that framework is a 3 years signed framework that existed. It is still even now alive. And it continues to guide. If you have a TVET institution, we have given examples like Nairobi National Polytechnic. We have examples of Eldoret National Polytechnic. We have examples across the country where there is linkages, formal linkages between the larger industry organizations, but also specifically the jua kali sector.
Thank you. I think you made a very good point there you raised. I won't be wrong to say that in terms of opportunities for work-related attachment, the jua kali sector actually leads countrywide in those opportunities more than anywhere else. And I think that emphasizes the need for that collaboration between the TVETs and the jua kali sector in that regard. In fact, without them, without the jua kali, I think then we would really be facing a very serious challenge in terms of really getting a hands-on working environment for our graduates from our various TVETs. And I think this then leads us squarely into the TVET now, the TVETs themselves, the national polytechnics, and we're happy to be joined now by one of our chief principal of our national polytechnics, Elisha Nyamai, as we indicated, the chief principal, Shambelele National Polytechnic. Is this in Western? It sounds Western. Pick it up from there, and what really you are doing as TVETs, so that you have got programs that prepare our graduates ready for work in industry.
Okay, thank you, our moderator. My name, properly pronounced, is Elisha Nyamu from Western. I'm Chief Principal of the Shambere National Polytechnic. I want to say I'm glad to be here today to demystify some of the beliefs. Our moderator and other panelists, there has been a gap, a skills gap between our training and what the industry really needed. But I want to put everybody at ease by saying the following, that the TVET sector has undergone a lot of changes. Within the last 3 years, we reviewed our curriculum, and we are no longer talking about training, we are now skilling. If you look at our modular programs, we have broken down what used to be diplomas and certificates to modular units that equip our trainees with specific skills that can be consumed by the job market. Now, we, as of now, have become quite practical oriented. That's why you've heard our PS talk about industries in the colleges. We are no longer doing the theories that used to happen when our students used to sit the NEC exams. Under the modular programs, you will find that we can teach an element. One of them, which when we examine our students, they fit into a specific area of need, especially in the Jua Kali sector. Like when we look at the affordable housing, you will realize that one house, a unit, will need a number of skills. You will need a mason, you will need a carpenter, you will need a plumber, you will need an electrician, you will need a painter, you will need also somebody who is doing the welding of the doors and so on. Now, our curriculum has been structured in that manner, and we are working so hard to ensure that within a very short time of, like it has been 3 to 6 months, we can produce a welder whom when we give to the affordable housing or any other person who needs a service from our trainees, they get the best. What we are suffering from as a country is that history is with us. It is still assumed, presumed, that TVETs are still doing the theories. I think we have moved away from theoretical trainings, and now we are doing the practical skilling. Our TVET institutions, Bwana Moderator, some of them have the latest machines and equipment that is very current. Therefore, the trainees we are skilling now are not like those who used to skill, so that when they proceed to industry, they need again some apprenticeship to be able to perform to the expectations of the industry. So right now we want to assure the nation and the world as a whole that the Kenyan TVET sector is upbeat. And we are also collaborating with even other TVETs in the world and benchmarking on the best practices. One thing that amuses me is that when we talk about the best innovations, I think they are domiciled in TVETs. All these good people that we talk about in the Jua Kali sector, when I arrive there, I find one of my students, and that's a TVET product. So my friend from affordable housing, you know, when our graduates go market, they get more exposure than when they were inside. But we want to assure you that TVETs are now very keen on skilling the trainees in a manner that you are not going to receive them and complain about they are lacking an element that the industry needs. So we as TVETs, I think, have reviewed our curriculum. We as TVETs have some very modern machines. We as TVETs are working with the industry. We are talking about training at the industry, with the industry, and for the industry. So you will find that most of our graduates seamlessly fit into the job market, and they will be very, very functional and productive, especially when we hand them over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and for that assurance. Indeed, when you look at the history of many of these leading industrial nations, okay, really the foundation is at the level that we are talking about. Hands-on skills, hands-on person that really support the industry. And I think that's a very useful thing. And indeed, it's also true to say that really, even from the TVET school, you should be able to also, if you want to progress to the degree program, I think that kind of arrangement, as a nation, we are bridging that gap so that people are able to progress to whatever level they want to be. And I think you have also raised a very, very important item. This has got to do with the perceptions, and indeed, I want to invite the Jua Kali people. Maybe it's high time we coined that name Jua Kali. Okay, it tends to whatever. This is really where the employment. This is where really the really deliverables are done. Okay, so I really want to, because of time, I really want to thank our panelists and for the audience that we have received. And I think what is important is that really in this kind of workshops is really to generate the discussion, and otherwise the long-term discussions will be taking place hereafter. Thank you very much, and God bless you. You are affording us a group photo, the panelists as they stand.
Want to? Okay. So we can have a group photo for our second panel. Panelists, a job well done. Asanteni sana. Sema cheers. At least tuone meno kidogo au namna gani? Wamefanya kazi nzuri, sio? Let's appreciate them with one more round of applause, tafadhali. Now, I want you to just turn to your neighbor. You remember the neighbor you told, dare you sleep? Do you remember that neighbor? Is the neighbor still around? Mwambie, good job. You did not sleep. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I know the afternoon is quite a difficult time for all of us here, but I want to promise you that if you stayed this long, then you will go home feeling better. At least you will have learned a thing or two, right? Make sure you network. Make sure you pick a few things from the panel here. Make sure you leave this place much better than you came in the morning, okay? So I'd like to invite on stage Qureshi Nurdin, who is a specialist extension and agro dealer at Agra. Karibu sana, let's appreciate him for a keynote address before we transition to our second and last panel of the afternoon. Karibu sana, Bwana Nurdin.
Thank you, MC. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Quresh, as told. I work for an organization known as AGRA, the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa. We are in 15 countries, but our headquarters are here in Nairobi, and it's indeed a great honor and pleasure to be part of this partnership. And in fact, it's great because Dr. Mushemi came also to our place and said, okay, it's good to have this conference, but what happens after? So we really look forward to further engagements. So I don't want to take much time, given the time limits, and because there'll be a panel discussion that will look into the agri-food system. So, as I said, AGRA works with various partners, academia, including TVET, and have my colleague Sophie, who will talk more during the panelists. She leads the program in youth, and she'll tell you, like in some of these countries, like in Malawi, already we are working with TVET, like Luana, where they do lots of incubation and mentoring for some of the students. But I know much has been said, but at the back of it, we have to know from research that up to now, I'm not saying this to downplay the others because it's very important, but 60% of employment opportunities in Africa are still found in agriculture. And when we talk about agriculture, we like to, again, like Chief Principal said, debunking some of these myths, is that agriculture, we now actually call it more like agri-food systems, because we are not just looking at production. We are looking at the whole value chain. And we were just sitting with Dr. Mugo in the afternoon and looking at the livestock industry and saying, look, it's not just keeping the animals, but if you have the cows, you look at adding value to the milk, you add value to the meat itself. South Africa, the biltongs, what people know, are some of the highest. You go to supermarkets right now, you find these cured beef, whatever it is, Dr. Mugo will tell us, selling like 3,000 per kilo. But you go to the leather industry again, and I was giving the example like Ethiopia. I mean, you have the shoe industry is as big in that place called Mercato as the size of this polytechnic, just selling shoes, processed shoes, and all that kind of stuff. So you can see the opportunity that is there. So when we talk about agriculture, it's not just the production bit of it, it's along that value chain. The other myth, and I think even Sophie will talk about that, we always hear youth are not interested in agriculture. Youth are not interested in agriculture, but surveys done is that it depends on which node of the value chain you are talking about. So when you ask the youth maybe to go and take a hoe and start digging, then definitely, because of the drudgery and all that, they won't go for that. But look at what's happening now. We are talking about smart agriculture. For example, if you talk about solar-powered irrigation, you have people, the youth who can come into solar production systems, and we've seen that. You have drip kits, and we've seen many youth, and my brother from Juakali, I think a lot of the systems right now are actually coming from Juakali because the imported ones were not acclimatized to these conditions, and they really get messed up. But when you have the fabrication being done, so if we can tell you, for example, we have a lady, Faith Katata, in Makueni. She did electrical engineering, but she found a gap in incubation, and she went into production of incubators. Another gentleman, actually even associated with Juakali, Mwangangi, he's producing threshers and selling those threshers at around 80,000. Of course, far much better. So like you have these multiple threshers where you have one thresher which can thresh maybe soybean or maize and all that kind of stuff. So there are all these opportunities. So at the back of our mind, we should just remember that nowadays we are moving away just from one aspect of agriculture into this agri-food system. And you can imagine up to now, even on the production side, Africa imports around $50 to $60 billion worth of food, especially cereals and edible oils. So you can imagine, even if we don't go into the other value chain nodes, just by concentrating on the production side, you see that. And that's why I say, look at what COVID taught us. When COVID came and guys lost jobs, many went into farming. And you could see people pack their cars with products and selling that. And believe me, from statistics, it's like 70% never went back to their jobs. They've stuck to that kind of marketing. So, of course, most of the pictures we see or stories we see in agriculture is like downtrodden farmers and all that. And then parents say, no, I don't want my kid to be a farmer because of that kind of thing. But realistically, even in Kenya, if you really analyze who are some of the richest guys, they're actually farmers. Led by our president himself. You know how many chicks they lay in a day or sell eggs? Yeah, so it pays. It's only the way that we've taken it out and portrayed. So, as I said, for TVETs, I think it's critical and it's gratifying. And I know this happens, that practical skills are being given. And one issue, again, as we say, is modernizing agriculture. As we said, we have technologies now. When we talk about smart farming, precision farming, drones. Actually, most of farming done by drones, you have the youth actually getting engaged so much because this is something that they prefer, and that's why digitalization of agriculture systems is key. Then the other issue, like what we said, is strengthening the value chains. So that I've given the example of the leather, but we can do this for any aspect. So let's say if it's tomato growing, you can have a section that does the growing, You can have a section which does value addition. It could be ketchup, it could be dried tomatoes, all that kind of stuff. So value addition becomes key. And I think this is one area also, just like the affordable housing is talking about having like units within here. We also see some TVETs or academia really having this value addition, and you have these agribusiness units being set even at TVET and universities. So this value addition of products actually from research is one of these big key opportunities that youth can engage in. Then of course, we've talked about leveraging technologies. And what I'd like to say is there are these other services. So you don't have to limit like agri-food systems just to people who have started agriculture. For example, when we talk about irrigation systems, you need plumbers who can lay that system. You need people who can develop the drip pipes. Okay, so when we talk about agriculture, there are also these services which can come in. The build industry. Right now, many governments are building a lot of these warehouse blocks because there's a new system where we call warehouse receipt systems, where farmers can take their produce there, get like a receipt, and they can use that to get collateral from banks. So there's a lot of buildings which need to take place. So again, if you look at the agriculture space, it's wide, and other services can come in. One other aspect, as we said, is mechanization. And I think traditionally, most TVETs or universities offering agriculture has zeroed in a lot on mechanization, but tended to limit it more like the planting equipment. So it will be just tractors like for plowing, but we never go this big scale to look at what other equipment is required along that value chain node. So as I said, you have these threshers which are required. Now, as I said, there's this digital technology, for example, in market, because most of the time, again, when we talk of agriculture, we tend to forget the markets aspect. But there's a lot of work that is being done now on the market space. One, to reduce what we call post-harvest losses. Because the way our agriculture is right now, most of our farmers, when they harvest, poor storage facilities, they lose 30 to 40% of the harvest. So you can imagine, that's a big amount. So there are new technologies now to reduce this. We have what we call like hematic bags, which they're anaerobic, and you don't have to use any chemicals, and it's a big sell right now. So we talk about these technologies. So I think for TVETs, when it comes to key skill areas for agri-food transformation, one, we have to think about this climate smart agriculture, new varieties in terms of seeds, and these technologies that we are talking about, like water harvesting, and we've seen a lot of youth going into that space. Then I've talked about agro-processing and value addition. Actually, this is one of the biggest areas that we can go in. And then I've talked about mechanization, agribusiness management. This is key. And that's where the other skills now come in to enhance. And I'd like to echo what the senior principal also talked about, that modular program is very, very important. As we say, we see these needs based on various value chains. So it's good like to adapt this kind of modular business. So rethinking TVET for impact. One, which has already been said, industry alignment. And Kenya is far ahead. If we look at other countries, this is still a big challenge. You don't see very good research, academia, industry linkages. So I think this is also a lesson, because as AGRA, we take lessons from one country to the other country. And then what you said, work-based learning. This is critical also for us, because as you say, there's that practical skills right now in TVET, but when you get out there, it's really acclimatizing to the requirements of those particular clients. It's the same thing also in agriculture. When you go out there, you have these practical skills, but when you start working with different levels of farmers, you need to domesticate your knowledge and skills to what they require. Of course, entrepreneurship integration has been told, inclusion and equity. For us, this is key, especially women-based industries, and then the youth, and then, of course, the digital. So for me, I would say the call for action is to continue investing in skills, and Kenya is known for this. And I think we've seen, and one of the presenters was saying, let's maintain the brain in, because you've seen a lot of skilled workers going to Europe, to Germany, even to the US, to go support the aging population there in terms of even harvesting. So majority of the ones who go here with all those technical knowledge, of course, they are the ones who do digital work, but majority of these others go there to do like the plucking, packing, sorting. So the same thing can be done here. Yes, we can export because it brings also a revenue, but our own agriculture here can employ lots of youth. And we've seen there are companies like Trigger and all that who do lots of these markets. So you find just youth employed to do digital work. They gather demand from consumers, supermarkets. They take it back to the producers who are aggregated in cooperatives. So we've seen a lot of youth coming in to be aggregators in the market space. Of course, as we talked about innovating the training modules, and it's good to learn that already this is happening in terms of practical, the modular, and competence-based training. And of course, strengthening ecosystems, the linkages now with the other partners. So in conclusion, we say that we have to have intentionality in what we are doing. It doesn't happen by chance. We need to invest in the right skills, we empower the right people, and we build the right systems. And the youth is here, because we always talk about the future, but it's a bulging investment which we need to take into good consideration and care. Because in most countries now you find 60 to 70% is actually the youth. And the average age of the farmer in Africa is around 65 years. So by whatever design or mechanism, they'll have to go off and somebody has to replace them. And preparing the youth early enough in the agri-food systems is the way to go. So thank you so much. And much of the details will be provided by the panelists. Asante sana.
Are we still awake? Are we still awake? Look at your neighbor. Mwambie, you've come this far. Congratulations. If you want to stretch, you can stretch, but usisimame, because I have realized nikiwapatia nafasi ya kusimama mnaenda, just stretch from where you're sitting. Stretch to your right. Your left. Inama kidogo. Kuamka is where we draw the line, because if I dare tell you to stand up, you will disappear. Now we are going to our second and last panel of the day. Our second and last panel of the day. I will invite on stage the moderator for that panel, Professor Joseph Kamau. Professor Joseph Kamau, let's appreciate him. I will also request my two very strong gentlemen to please help me move this podium to the right so that we have space for the panel discussion. And then on this panel, we are going to be discussing Agri-TVET value addition and food systems innovation. We will have Miss Sophie Nabuluri from Agra. Are you here, Miss Sophie? Yes, she is. Let's appreciate her. We also have Professor Mary Abukutsa from JQuat. Professor Mary Abukutsa, aha. Makofi kwake. We have Dr. Samuel G. Mugo, Principal. Yes, nimedhani ni Haiti. Hey. Karibu nichome. Kabete, let's appreciate him, Dr. Samuel. And then we have Mr. Peter Njoroge Rubia from Chuka TVC. Tumpigie makofi pia. And then we have Dr. Gatama Gishini, State Department for Research. Aha, it's a whole panel. Let's appreciate them one more time. Makofi ya kilo. Ama tufanye the 5 factorial for them. Do you know how that is done? Let's go. At the count of 3, I want us to do the 5 factorial clap for our last panelist today, okay? So in 3, 2, 1, action. Amazing. You're such a beautiful audience. Asanteni sana, Professor Joseph Kamau, kazi kwako.
Thank you. Thank you so much, MC. I'm extremely humbled to moderate this powerful panel on value chain, value addition, food systems, and innovation. And my very first question will be on skills across agricultural value chains. And I think I'll direct that to Mr. Peter Njoroge. I guess, Peter, I think once I put the first question, kindly also take a moment to introduce yourself and then respond to my question. So a lot has been said, even by the keynote speakers that have been here. But how exactly can TVET institutions redesign their curricula and training models to equip learners with market relevant skills across the entire agricultural value chain? That is from input, supply, production, marketing, export. I guess you can still talk about skilling and the skills gap. Over to you.
Good afternoon. My names are Peter. My names are a sentence. Peter Njoroge Rubia Kamau, Principal Chuka Technical and Vocational College. That is Chuka Igamangome constituency, Tharaka Nithi County. Chuka Technical and Vocational College as a model has a particular example in relation to value addition across the value chain. Because when we talk about Chuka Technical, we are already having a value chain where, of course, we started with the production of oils, oil extraction. We are currently embarking on sunflower and canola. We are also soon starting to extract avocado oil and castor oil. That is in as far as the oils are concerned. We also have an ambitious plan, and I think that one is very significant because it has been echoed by, it has been okayed or given a policy strength by EPRA that Kenya should start producing biofuel from the oils like the ones we are already producing. These oils maybe croton, castor, avocado, even sunflower and castor, and although they are food-based, and there we will maybe be able to draw a line, these oils are able to produce a biofuel, bioenergy, that is 100% carbon-free. Whereas the ones, like the ones we have been fighting for, clamoring for, with the Strait of Hormuz, the Iran, Israel, and American affair, those ones are 100% carbon emitted. So the ambitious plan is to support people like organizations like Chuka TVC to be able to come up with that kind of innovation where they can be able to do a refinery and be able to produce biofuel that can be able to partner with companies like Rubis and Total and the others, that they can be able to blend that oil so that because this one is 0 carbon and this one is 100 carbon, the fossil one, whatever amount of biofuel they mix with, they can be able to reduce carbon emission in the green issues by that percentage. So for Chuka TVC, we are coming from a background whereby we are somehow pushing the completion of the value chain in agriculture. Because we have the extraction of the oils produce the seed cake, the byproduct, that has given us a benefit to be able to push that into animal feeds. So now we are producing the oils, we are producing the animal feed. With the animal feeds, charity begins at home. So we have already now started keeping livestock of numerous kinds. We have the pigs, we have the doba. Is it the doba? Yes. I think maybe that's the pronunciation. Then we have the chicken, we have the milk cow, the milk goats, and the sheep now, the doba. We also have the cows like the Frisian and the Jersey. Those are the ones that we are having at the moment. Then we are seeing an opportunity where now I understand. I may not be as versed as a prof in the area of agriculture, but now what I know is that I understand with the 2 cows, you can start biogas. Now for Chuka TVC, we have about around 5,000 students. We have the food and beverage department. We also cook for NYS students. So you see, with the cows we have, they are more than enough to produce biogas. So that is now what we want to push in to complete the chain. Not forgetting that we already now have the farm where we are growing the sunflower. We have not grown the canola, but we are growing the sunflower and other food-based products. So when we look at now that turn as a curriculum, because now we have brought industry into the college, where students can be able, through redesigning of curriculum, from a traditional based approach to value chain approach. And thus this can really help the students because first of all, they'll be able to study the design, the value chain, right from input to process, to production, to processing, to marketing, and finally to export. Not forgetting that in TVET now, we have transited to the modularized CBET curriculum, where the training is about 90% practicalized. So in fact, in Chuka and other colleges, I'm sure even Kabete National Poly, we are now somehow even transforming the classrooms into workshops. Because most of the time the students are out there. Of course, the curriculum is very expensive because nothing good comes easy. So when well supported financially, the modularized CBET curriculum is one of the best curriculums that you can ever have. The students are appreciating the parents are appreciating. The industry is also indeed appreciating. So we see that with the transition from the traditional approach to the value chain approach, the curriculum can be able to infuse, and in certain instances it is infusing digital technologies and emerging technologies. Like now we have the issues to do with the AI, where students will from the onset understand what is artificial intelligence, because there are stories of AI is coming to get our jobs. So it's a high time that the students understand what AI and these other emerging technologies are, so that they can be able to work in tandem, work with AI, and not wait for AI to make them redundant, even before they have started the jobs. Of course, the other one is flexibility in the curriculum, where we are now talking about RPL. We're also talking about a case where now workers can reskill. They can get skilled at their own time, where employees can also be skilled, where people in industry can be skilled. Those are the transitions that we're talking about that can be able to help in the value chain that we are talking, the value chain approach that we are talking about. Not forgetting that we have dual training, and this one has really given an opener to the significant space of industry in as far as TVET is concerned. So that in dual training we have 50% study at college and 50% study in industry. And when we visited the Philippines, we saw that they're working very well, in the sense that industries recognize highly their space in TVET, such that the industries in the Philippines, they pay the students while at study, and at the same time, they even give an amount, a percentage, to the college. Why? Because by the end of the day, this student will end up in that industry. So that's the beauty of the dual training in as far as the Kenyan dispensation is concerned. So by and large, of course, the value chain approach is a powerful approach in as far as the designing of curriculum in that area is concerned, because it will go a long way in ensuring that students acquire modern technologies, they know about the emerging technologies, they are able to learn the soft skills that like a business plan, because by the end of the day, it is agriculture based. By the end of the day, they'll find themselves in the industry, working or self-employment. So in this kind of employment, they require the soft skills, communication, business plan, entrepreneurial skills. So by and large, I'm saying that there is, with this kind of new approaches in the skilling, in value chain, this can come a long way in ensuring that we are skilling our students in a new way. We are enriching the curriculum. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Peter. I think you have taken us through the issue of the value chain very well. I just hope that the other TVETs are also replicating what Chuka is doing, that we have the whole value chain being inculcated in our students. I think my next question will go to you, Sophie. And your colleague was here, and he told us that 60% of the jobs are in agri-food. But we know that post-harvest losses remain a major challenge in Kenya. Now, what practical competencies and technologies should TVET institutions prioritize in order to be able to strengthen post-harvest addressing storage, issues to do with quality assurance, and also food safety among our graduates.
Thank
Take a
you.
moment to also introduce yourself.
All right, thank you for that question. My name is Sophie Nabliri. I work for AGRA, which is Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa. I primarily lead on the work on supporting youth along agripreneurship. So looking at how do we provide them with the right resources, be it skilling, financial support, and even just from a system level, working with institutions and partners and governments to see how do we build an ecosystem that's enabling, that will allow our young agripreneurs to be able to thrive in the food systems. Because as it has been said, there's a lot of opportunities for our young people to plug in. Agriculture is one of those sectors where there's an opportunity to create employment, but a lot of work has to be done. As somebody said earlier, agriculture is not perceived to be attractive for many young people. So what do we need to do to be able to have more young people come into this sector and be able to support them so that they're able to drive thriving agribusinesses that will in turn then support our smallholder farmers? So to your question, yes, we lose a lot of produce after harvest, and this is primarily due to poor handling, inadequate storage, weak controls, and limited market linkages. When you look at these areas, by tackling and strengthening these areas, not only then do we improve farmer incomes and even improve on our food security, but we also create jobs. So when we come down, when you talk about TVETs and what can they do in this area, and I really loved, from the previous panel, where it was clear that, TVETs are now going practical. It's practical teaching. It's not just theory. So when you talk of post-harvest skills, what are the correct techniques? What are the proper harvesting techniques, hands-on techniques that our young people can then be taught and be able to support our smallholder farmers? When we look at modern storage and preservation techniques, again, looking at use of solar, for example. I've worked with a few. There's a young person we're working with in Nigeria who takes old fridges and then refurbishes them using solar. And he's able to then produce cooling storage solutions to farmers. He's able to provide cooling storage solutions to even women in the market, women selling fish who do not have the resources to be able to buy cooling solutions. So he's able to provide this, and they pay for the services, pay as you store, So there's an opportunity there. How do we leverage solar? How do we leverage technology to be able to come up with, cooling solutions that would allow us to have less loss of our produce? So those are some of the things that, we could ensure, some of those skills that we could then ensure that our TVETs have inculcated into the curriculum. Quality assurance and food safety competencies is also very important. Consumers and even the markets are now more and more keen to make to ensure that whatever food that they are getting or whatever food they're having on the table is safe. How then do we equip our young people to be able to do the quality assurance techniques, to be able to ensure that from farm to the table, that the food is safe, from its handling to its production, to its processing, transportation, that safety has actually been put in place. So these, again, are core competencies that we can ensure that our young people are able to get and provide these services not only to the farmers, but also to several industries, and thereby also creating job opportunities for them. So in AGRA, for example, I would say we do have a program that we are running with the MasterCard Foundation, YEFA, really looking at how do we create dignified work opportunities for our young people in the agriculture sector. And working with TVETs really is one of those key pathways in ensuring that we are providing the right skills for young people to then be able to come and translate those skills and be able to then, bring in their innovations, bring in ideas, and support smallholder farmers, and in the sense then also strengthening our food systems. Because when you look at agribusiness, it's not that there's a lack of ideas, it's not that there's a lack of innovation, but really it's how do we support so that these ideas and innovations are then turned into viable businesses. And the only way to do that is also then to strengthen and ensure that the young people have the proper skills that would then allow them to convert their ideas, their innovations, and the solutions that they have to bring that into the food systems and in the strengthening. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. I think I want to follow that a bit because you have talked about the technical skills that may be imparted on our candidates in order to be able to do proper post-harvest handling. Do you have any specific strategies that maybe you can talk about in order to nurture agribusiness entrepreneurship among the trainees, especially to support creation of sustainable agribusiness, especially among the youth and women?
I think one would be to ensure that, so even as we are doing the skills training, have entrepreneurship and business skills as something core that comes along with the technical trainings that come in. So as you're providing the technical skills and the competencies and everything, you're also changing the mindset and bringing in entrepreneurship, where you're looking at business planning. You're opening up the minds of these young people so that they're not just looking at going through these skills trainings and then come out and look for jobs, but then opening and shifting their mind change so that they are also open to see gaps in the value chain and be able to see opportunities where they can then bring in some of the innovations to address some of the challenges that are there. So I think for me, what I would say the main strategy would be, even as we are doing the technical skills, that we ensure that entrepreneurship and business skills is constant. That is, it's part of the trainings that we are doing across the board.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sophie, for that response. I think I will go to agro-processing and value addition. And I think I'll put my question to my senior at JKU, Prof. What role can TVET institutions play in promoting agro-processing and value addition to agricultural products? And how can partnership with industry help create employment opportunities for graduates in this sector? Since I know you, I'm aware that you are an award-winning researcher in agriculture. How does your work in research benefit agriculture and nutrition? I think you can tackle both.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Professor Mary Abukutsa Onyango. I'm based at JKU, as the chairperson has said, in the Department of Horticulture and Food Security. Previously, I've served as a Deputy Vice Chancellor at the same institution, in charge of research, innovation, and what we are talking about today. And AGRA, since it's here, I must say that identified me as one of the African Food Prize winners for 2025. I must say, because they are here. So I'm a reigning queen for African Food Prize for Africa, together with a colleague from Nigeria. So first of all, I want to say that the Kenyan government has agriculture and food security as one of its key pillars in the development of Kenya. Two, I want to say that Kenya has what we are calling agriculture and food security strategy for 10 years. It has been in place from 2019 and it's supposed to end in 2029. It's called Agricultural Sector Transformation and Growth Strategy. In this strategy, there are 9 flagship operations or areas, and with each flagship there are anchors. And I want to point out before I answer the question from the chairman that one of the anchors is agricultural output and value addition. So I'm just pointing out that what we are discussing is part of what is already in the Kenyan policy. In this policy, the government of Kenya wants to establish or planned or is in the process of establishing 6 large-scale agro-processing hubs, what they call one-stop shop for agro-processing in various economic regions. I hope you are aware that there are various economic regions in Kenya, maybe 6 or more. Lastly, before I answer the question directly, I want to say that agro-processing in Kenya drives 10% of the national GDP. And agro-processing accounts for 40% of all the manufacturing operations in Kenya. So from that background, now we can go and see, we want to go and see now, how do we contribute to this from the TVET as a sector in Kenya. Now I want to say that just for the sake of starting it off, agro-processing, as I would say, is a necessary evil. Ideally, we are supposed to harvest our produce and eat it if all of us had what we had all over the world. But because of various challenges in terms of climate change and different geographical conditions that cannot allow the production of these crops in all areas, we are forced to do value addition and agro-processing. At this juncture, I want to say that when you do agro-processing, there are 2 things that you are achieving. One, you are adding value. That's what we call it, value addition. 2, you are also trying to solve the problem Sophie talked about, post-harvest losses. And 3, you are going to earn more money. If you sell a product that's fresh, compared to the product that is value added, the value is higher economically. Now, I want to say that basically, agro-processing is just converting the raw materials or agricultural produce into a higher value product. So it moves from being a produce to a product. The question the chairman asked me is that what's the role of TVET institutions in this space? I have some suggestions. They may be going on, they may be starting, or they may be planned in various TVET institutions in Kenya. I may not know everything, but we have heard from one of our TVET chief principal talking about Chuka. Some of the suggestions I want to say, one is that TVET can be used as, TVET institutions can be used as technology, adaptation, and innovation centers, as hubs, technology hubs. Some may be existing, but it should be purposed to have those hubs for the technologies that have been developed. And there are many technologies developed by various institutions, TVET included, universities and research institutions. And some of these technologies needs to be bridged to the end users. So these TVET institutions could be used as hubs in the area of agro-processing and value addition. Two, I would suggest that TVET institutions can train. I'm told now we use the word skill, even skills. But I had training before, but I've also learned skills better than training. Give students skills in grading, standardization, hygienic, and handling. We know that when you process a product, you must have standards. So TVET institutions can also play that part to ensure quality of the agro-processed products. Three, TVET institutions can also be areas where we've been told, instead of just learning and develop the technology, start the business. If it is, for example, in my area of agriculture, horticulture, if you are going to process a product from the fruit chips, have them processed, teach the students, and have a farm, have a place where they process them and they market them and commercialize. So TVET institutions can be used for commercialization and realizing that these things can be done and earn money in these institutions, among other things. Now, having said that, there's a saying which says that if you want to go far, don't walk alone. If you want to go fast, then you walk alone. So I'm sure TVET institution wants to go far. So collaboration and partnerships is a key issue to consider in TVET institutions. And how do we go about that? First of all, we must develop demand-driven curricula, which I think the previous speakers, even before, have talked about it. We are all talking about currently in Kenya, we are what we are calling competency-based education and training. It's one area that we can have partnership in terms of revising our curricula so that they are demand-driven. We must also involve industry in developing our curricula. This has also been stated previously. This will ensure that the graduates possess the exact technical skills that employers require. 2, we need to look into what is called work integrated learning. We should form partnerships, allow students to gain hands-on experience through mandatory industrial. We are not all attachment. We are calling it attachment. Remember the word we were told? So they are there to work and to integrate into the system as part of that training. But this should not be done at the end. It should be part of the curricula. Maybe, I don't know how you do it currently. You make sure the students go early, maybe in the middle of their training, and then they come back and go at the end of the training so that they can learn and integrate what they have experienced in the learning and acquiring of skills. The other aspect of collaboration and partnership is that for us to produce quality graduates, we must be able to enable them to access modern infrastructure and equipment. This was also mentioned. So we know some of the industrial players have very good infrastructure. So this can also help sharpen and improve the quality of our graduates. Lastly, in this aspect, there should be an aspect of incubation and mentorship. Collaborating with established agribusinesses enables the creation of business incubators. Here, graduates receive mentorship, access microfinance, and networking opportunities to launch their own value-added ventures. Those are few opportunities that I want to suggest before I answer the last question, that partnership is very important. But before I move from partnership, I want to point out that, for example, when you look at agro-processing, I want to point out one of the institutions, regional institutions, that is also working in the same area, agro-processing, ICAD. I mention it because it is within JKUAT. They normally give even 10-day training on various aspects of agro-processing. And there are some other institutions, Africa-wide, that impart skills in agro-processing. So you don't have to go through the whole diploma or whatever course you are taking. Even farmers, even the other people who want to get skills for agro-processing, they can also get those skills. So partnership with other players is very important. Lastly, the chairman asked me about my story. My story, I told him I can tell it in one day, in 1 minute or 1 hour or 1 day. Now, he told me 6 minutes. Now he has reduced to 1 minute. When I was introducing myself, I said, basically, originally I'm a researcher, and I'm always a researcher. So these are the things like being a DVC and being, it's just added responsibilities. But I've been a researcher in an area that was very neglected for the last 30 years. And it's because of this research that AGRA was able to recognize my work in an area of African indigenous vegetables. I think the principal secretary mentioned it because we worked with her JKUAT. This is an area of indigenous vegetables, indigenous resources. We have a lot of indigenous resources in Kenya and in Africa, including human resources. Many of these resources are neglected. So at a young age, I decided, because I used to see my grandmother and my mother feeding me on African indigenous vegetables because I was allergic to animal protein. As I grew up, I never saw these plants and crops on the table or on the markets. So at 10 years old, I decided to study agriculture because I wanted to study African indigenous vegetables. When I went to the university, there was nothing on African indigenous vegetables. In fact, my senior professor, Misheka, used to call them weeds. So there was nothing. So this inspired me to start an initiative to promote African indigenous vegetables. So I started from the basics, baseline surveys. I talked to every old person who would give me any information in Kenya, in Africa. My story is long, but persistence and realizing that Africa is very rich. African indigenous vegetables have been realized through the work with other partners, especially World Vegetable Center, with my students, and other partners within and outside Kenya and outside Africa, have recognized African indigenous vegetables are African super vegetables because they are very nutritious and they are resilient. In fact, they are identified as one of the key crops in agri-food systems. And the work I have done for 30 years is what made AGRA last year to recognize me as a champion of African, to get that African food prize, among others. So my work has seen these vegetables from being considered as weeds to commercial commodities. As I speak now, we export African indigenous vegetables from small enterprises, small businesses to US, and the sky is the limit. There's no adequate amount. We can't meet the demand locally and internationally. Currently, we only produce 300,000 metric tons of African indigenous vegetables, but this is not enough. So that is, I would like to come and set a hub on African indigenous vegetables in one of the TVET centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. I know you are very passionate about the African indigenous vegetables, just as much as PS Hinga is passionate about affordable housing. I think you had that. I think I want to bring government through the State Department for research. Dr. Gatama, I want you to talk about precision agriculture and emerging technologies. And I want to say that with the rise of digital agriculture, AI, the issue of drones, sensors, and data analytics, how would you suggest that TVETs do to be able to integrate precision agriculture technologies into training while ensuring accessibility and affordability for farmers? While also at it, maybe you can also tell us how, I think there is something that the Vice President alluded to about the research funding. Maybe you can also allude to that, how much is available in this budget, and what plans do you have for increasing that for TVETs and universities? Dr. Gatama.
Thank you very much, moderator. We have our chief principals here and also the senior officers, I would say, all protocol observed. And I think in this room, we have the demand for precision agriculture because you see, we have the youth, and those are our clients. I think also the ecosystem is also highly favorable to as far as precision agriculture is concerned, because TVET training is from theory to hard to hands-on demonstration. And you realize that, for example, this institution has an opportunity, for example, to analyze, for example, soil moisture and weather sensors. There is also opportunity for application of drones for crop monitoring. So this is something that can be done practically. Internet of Things based irrigation system at that pilot level within this institution, this is something which is highly possible. AI assisted pest and diseases diagnostics. You realize that within this artificial intelligence, we are able now to, for example, to do the diagnostics, not necessarily going to the plant and inspecting it. Mobile-based farm management applications, data analytics tools for precision agriculture. So students should learn from by doing, rather than merely studying concepts in class. The key message here is that technology adaptation begins with practical exposure. So this is highly possible. Number two, not all technologies are relevant and affordable. So we need to adopt appropriate and affordable technologies. A good example that TVET institution can train, this is students and farmers. For example, smartphones. We have seen smartphones doing crop diagnosis, doing weather forecasts, doing market information. We have seen various soil testing kits for purposes of fertilizer recommendation. We have seen drones as shared services where we can do crop surveillance as well as spraying. So the emphasis here is that appropriate technologies rather than expensive technologies. I see opportunities of establishing shared innovation and equipment centers because TVET institutions are not living in isolation. And not every TVET institution needs to own a drone or sophisticated equipment. Institutions can jointly establish precision agricultural resource centers. For example, depending on the zones that you are in, we can jointly work together and come up with agricultural resource centers, community fabrication labs, the fab labs, shared drone services, equipment leasing and hiring, and digital agriculture and innovation. This shared model reduces cost and promotes inclusivity. A lot has been said about strengthening industry partnership. You realize that our TVET institutions have an opportunity of working with, for example, Carlo. I'm happy they are working with AGRA. We have various agri-tech startups, equipment manufacturers, county government, universities, farmers cooperatives, and development partners. These partnerships can provide, for example, they can donate equipment. They can also create opportunities for student internships. And most of these institutions, they have real-life projects that are ongoing. And this creates an opportunity for the students and the trainers and the farmers to have real-life project experiences, as well as technology transfer and commercialization of opportunities. Those of us who have gone to the booth here, there are quite a number of initiatives that are ripe for commercialization. And this can only be realized through partnership. Training should mirror, the emphasis here is that the training should mirror the needs of the industry and farmers because those are our clients. A lot has been said about curriculum. And I see an opportunity of integrating precision agriculture across TVET curriculum, which means that precision agriculture should not be taught as a standalone subject. It should be mainstreamed into crop production, animal production, irrigation engineering, agribusiness management, mechatronics, ICT and software, as well as mechanical engineering. This promotes multidisciplinary competencies needed nowadays, because gone are the times that we work vertically. If you are a physicist, you think as a physicist. A physicist needs a biologist. A physicist needs an agriculturalist or a horticulturalist, needs a chemist. The 6th point that I'll raise is development of digital skills and data literacy. The young people you find there at the back, those are our future farmers. It was said on this stage that at the age of 65, we have to exit. And the TVET curricula should include AI applications, data analytics and visualization, remote sensing, what we call the GIS and the GPS technologies, Internet of Things, drone operations and maintenance, robotics, automation, cybersecurity, and data management. These competencies will create workforce prepared for smart agriculture and green jobs. And that is why from the beginning I mentioned that we have our clients who are more into these competencies. 7, I would say we promote local innovations and fabrication. Within the TVET institution, practically, a student can innovate and fabricate automated irrigation systems. This is what we call the reverse engineering, for purposes of fitting our small-scale farmers or for purposes of fitting our needs. For example, poultry feeding. When we were growing up, the only way that we knew of poultry feeding was that tellers. Now, with this automation and with those the various softwares which are existing, there are possibilities of having smart poultry feeders, solar-powered cold storage system, livestock monitoring devices, greenhouse automation systems, low-cost weather solutions, and mobile agriculture applications. This is going to reduce dependence on imported technology and create employment opportunities. So the emphasis here is that TVET institutions should consider to move from being consumers of technology to producers of technology. 8, we may consider utilizing open digital platforms and AI tools. Many precision agriculture solutions are freely available. There are quite a number of apps that institution can leverage on. Open source GIS software, AI-based disease identification tools, satellite imagery platforms, online learning platforms, mobile extension applications, cloud-based record systems, as well as this is going to enhance open technologies and lower barriers to adaptation to increase scalability. 9, engage farmers through living labs and community outreach. Most of our TVET institutions are not living in isolation. There is a community within that is living with the TVET institution. And if I remember what was coming from the principal secretary, that once we enter that gate, let us see learning and productivity. So through these initiatives, the institution can become centers of extensions and lifelong learning by conducting farmer field schools, organizing digital agriculture clinics, offering short courses and micro-credentials, demonstrating technology in villages and counties, and providing advisory through mobile platforms. This means that training should extend beyond the boundaries of the college. We need to be felt. There is an example which I may give. For example, this institution could be having cows, and they decide to do a cattle dip. And that cattle dip, it is only for the cows which are being raised in this institution. I'm not saying it is this institution. And there are neighbors who have cows as well. The ticks, they may not know the boundary. They will move from the farmer's cow and come to the institution. Then the issue of inclusivity and climate smart agriculture. Precision agriculture should support water efficiency, reduce fertilizer and pesticides use, climate resilience, increased productivity, reduce greenhouse emissions, as well as empowering youth and women empowerment. So in summary, I will mention that 1, establish smart agriculture centers of excellence. 2, introduce micro-credentials and digital and precision agriculture. 3, create demonstration farms equipped with centers, drones, and Internet of Things system. Partner with counties, agri-tech companies, research institutions, develop low-cost, locally fabricated technologies, and 6, use of open source software shared equipment. And 7, train both students and farmers through extension and community outreach. 8, embed AI, data analytics, digital literacy across agricultural program. 9, support youth entrepreneurship and incubation. 10, align with the needs of agriculture. And of course, our national development agenda. So, moderator, I think I stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Gishini. I think we have talked about counties, we have talked about collaborations, and I think we are in the bottom-up economy. And I want to bring in Dr. Samuel Mogo because actually to close for us this session and tell us how, because we are in the bottom-up, how can TVETs provide extension services, technology transfer, innovation support, and all those to strengthen local food systems in the local economies. In a few sentences, kindly.
Thank you. Good evening, all. My name is Dr. Samuel Mugo, the principal at TVET. It's an institution domiciled in the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, but we are still under the TVET because we are training the middle level graduates at the diploma and certificate levels. Thank you, our moderator, for that direction so that I can briefly discuss on partnerships between now the TVETs, the smallholder farmers, cooperatives, industrial parks, in relation to strengthening the food systems and actually improving the rural economies. Just as we have mentioned about the better, if you look at the first one, it talks about agricultural transformation, and I think it's what we are really dealing with here in terms of skilling to ensure that we have the right professionals out there who will closely work with the farmers. And therefore now, as TVET, we are like a bridge. We are the ones to connect the education with the agriculture and also the industry, so that now we are able now to strengthen the food system, which it refers to from the production up to the consumption. So in between, there are several processes that do take place, and that is where the TVET comes in, just as we have talked about curriculum, as we have talked about agro-processing, we have talked about post-harvest losses or storage, because that is quite key. And therefore now, for us to be able now to strengthen that, there must be strong partnerships between the TVET and the stakeholders, as you have mentioned them, the three. And in the area of extension, which is very, very important, because we have to pass the knowledge and also the skills to the other person, and also work closely with the other person to be able to perform what you are supposed to do, to be able now to produce the intended product. And therefore now, as TVETs, which are hubs of skilling, they are hubs of innovations, and they are hubs of enterprise development. Therefore now, in that setup, for us to be able now to realize what we want to get, TVET should work closely with those farmers organizations so that now the knowledge we have, we can do what is called community-based extension services, which means at the institute, because we have the trainers, we are having the students, we are having the instructors, we come up with a structured partnership that we will be going to these farms at this time because it must be practical. We will be going there, discussing with the farmers on how to best deal with the soil, how to best take care of the plants, and how to harvest, how to store so that we can reduce the loss. So if we can have those community-based extension services, that one will really help us to improve and strengthen the food system. Two, at our institutes, we must come up with demonstration plots or centers. And these are areas where, because as we have said, it must be practical based. A farmer will walk in, spend the whole day, see how we feed the animal, see how we take care of the poultry, see how we take care of the plants, so that now at the end of the day, if the farmer is practicing dairy farming, then the farmer will be equipped with the necessary skills. So such demonstration centers will really help the farmers. And therefore now the partnership of the farmers working in and even looking at our processing units, because at the TVET, as we have been advised, since morning, we must have the industries. Those are the processing units. And therefore now, for those who are in the micro, small, and medium enterprises, they should also come and learn and also see how we are training our students. Because the moment they see that what we are offering will work for their industries, for their products, to be able to improve the products that they are producing out there, that meets the specifications, that meets the standards that are required for them to go to the market. That one will also now increase the demand for the training at the TVET sections and the partnership. Also, as it has also been said, partnerships can also be extended to the digital world, because when we leverage on the technology, there are those SMSs being practical. What is that farmer in that rural area who has a gadget that is not a smartphone, but it can receive an SMS? The farmer can receive the information on an SMS, be able to read that, be able to understand, or to be able to be interpreted by another person who is a neighbor, and they will be able now to have that information, which will help them to be able to put into practice the advice that they have received. And therefore now, if we enter into partnership, how do we do that? As TVET, we should have platforms, digital platforms, which we can have farmers, cooperatives, and also other stakeholders subscribing to, and be able now to pass on the information to them. Because whatever we are doing at our level, possibly it is not going out to the farmers. The innovations that we are having, they are not visible to them. Whatever we are coming up with the technologies, how do we pass that one to the farmer in a simple way, in a way that the farmer will be able to be accessible and also to be able to understand what we are passing on. Still, as part of the extension, we are at a level where we can go through the research findings and be able now to go through, digest them, and then disseminate the same to the farmers in the language that they are able to understand, and put that one into practice. Because that is what is lacking. We have a lot of information, but are we making it practically possible for that farmer in that remotest part of the country to be able to understand when I talk about a certain disease in an animal? how will that farmer understand that and be able now to undertake control measures or preventive measures? That is an engagement that is quite key, and that is where the TVETs we are. How do we continue now to increase the level of partnership with the main stakeholders? As far as the curriculum has been that has been talked about so long is from the morning, we need to have a curriculum that is industry informed. What do farmers want there? So that now the person that we will release at Kabete National Polytechnic or from Mahiti will be able now to go with the necessary skills and be able to offer the extension services, because these are the frontline extension workers in the agricultural space. And therefore now, if we have a curriculum that is meeting the demands or the needs of the farmers or the other stakeholders in the industry, then they will be able now to benefit from what we are offering. At the same time, as far as the extension services are concerned, and it has been mentioned several times, that we do now the work integrated programs or running, whereby now we come to the institute, you learn for possibly 30%, 70% you go to the industry. We are practicing on that in the other courses, so that now students can go to the industry. They will run, and also the industry will also benefit from what the students have, because we have skilled them to a certain level where they are able now they are able to offer certain services. And therefore now, because what you have mentioned has cooperatives, the graduates we are producing, some go into the private practice. They create jobs themselves. Some will go individually. And therefore now, we need to understand, even as we train them, if they come together and then they form a cooperative, they will be able to reduce some costs. They will be able now to work together and use the economies of scale. Even when they are selling a product, for example, if they are opening a shop from the line where I come from, because I'm a vet, if they are opening an agrovet, if it is owned by 10 people, the license is 1. But if these 10 professionals open 10 shops, each one of them will pay a license for an equal amount of money. How do we assist them so that they can understand the concept of coming together as cooperatives and also having what we call collective marketing initiatives, because they are able to bargain even when they are selling their products. So that bit comes in the extension modality as we have talked about, and that is what I think, if we are able to put that one into practice. We have started practicing, but we are not yet there. But if TVETs, we can do that, then we will be able to pass on the information we have that is so much valuable out there in the way that it can be now be adopted by the farmers out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mogo, Senior Principal. I think my panel has done justice to most of my questions, and it is my hope that now the TVETs will be able to have a transformation towards research-driven and innovation-led realities, so that we are able to produce graduates who are market-ready, who are just plug and play, to be able to bring forth development for our nation. So with those few remarks, I thank you all, my panelists, and you, the audience, for being good.
Asante sana, Professor Joseph Kamau. Let's appreciate the last panel for today with another round of applause. I'll request that we do a group photo before we leave. Do we have questions before I lock anyone outside? Do we have questions for the panel? None. We do. We do. Okay, we have a question here, briefly.
Thank you very much. Mine is about the transition in terms of handing over to the young ones in terms of agriculture. Because I know in this country, most of our youth do not really resonate well with issues of agriculture, depending on how they've been socialized. So as trainers and people who are really handling these students in the TVET institutions, what is it that we are going to do so that we ensure, because I know countries like, I've visited some of the countries that are very serious with agriculture, like the Bavarian state in Germany. This is where the farmers actually socialize the young ones from an early age. And when they're of age, when they attain the age of 65 years, the farm is taken over by the person who is interested in the family to run the activities of the farm and ensure that they also take care of the parents who have also been doing the work previously. So what is it that we are going to do to ensure that the same experiences that we have been able to gather out there are done in our country? Because I also saw that they have issues of policy and there's a lot of paperwork that is done, and the farm actually is passed over to the next generation officially. We know we have issues of land in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Who will respond to that in 1 minute? Okay.
I just want to make a commentary because we are interacting so much with these students, especially in this case in the area of agriculture. And there's something I saw in my experiences. We have a program, or there's a program called HOPES. And in this program, the European recruiters from the UK, they normally come to Kenya. I think Madam here has that program. But I want to just make a brief because that's what I have realized. That with that kind of motivation, of the fact that they are being auditioned, they are recruited, and they are taken to the European countries, especially where in the area of horticulture, where they train hands-on and they gain experience, and at the same time they are paid. So by the time they come back, they have a lot of experiences, and that has made the area of agriculture become very popular, especially in most of these TVET colleges. But now something else that went ahead of that, in my view, is where currently at Chuka Technical we have a partnership with an organization from Germany. So what that recruiter, so to say, is doing, or mentor, he's training the students who are in college and those that have completed in German language, but he does it online. So that by the end of the day, there's what he's calling A1, then A2, then B1. Then after that, these students will be subjected to a physical exam at the Goethe Institute. So that now with that, they are able now to go to Germany, where they will go to these specific industries, because again the courses are specific that are needed, so that again when they go to, according to his explanation, when they go to Germany, they will be able to be fitted into the industries, where they will be trained more on German language, and at that juncture they are also underpaid. So what I've realized with my students, that looking at the 15 students now who are in that program, majority of them are agriculture students. So you can see that it is something that's triggered from the other program. So I think by and large, exposing agriculture as a good profession income generating, and maybe where the jobs are. This can motivate the students to be able to take agriculture seriously. And as you have a question, then we can have a very good succession story where we have very good students who will come and succeed our professor here and others. Asante.
Okay, as he takes the mic, I just wanted to add.
Yes, I'll take less than a second.
Just we also trying to make the training attractive to them, and also advising them that it is agribusiness and embracing technology, because that is what the youths want to do. Something that you do not, it's not labor intensive, but from the comfort of the house, they can know an animal that is on heat and it requires AI. And in this case, it's artificial insemination, not the other one. So that is what we are talking about, exposing them and making it attractive to them. Then two, we need to, as a government, to have policies that will ensure that the farming is paying. So that now they don't look at it, I'll invest, I'll do a lot of work, and at the end of the day, my mother or my father was not earning anything. Why should I go into that? So we must practice, as he has talked about, the precision agriculture that is paying, and therefore now they will be able to also feel that they also want to succeed like their parents. The third one, we are exposing them to the successful graduates, those who are in the market, those who are doing well in the market, possibly in the animal health services provision, those who have been employed by even multinational companies, working outside the country, and that is a source of motivation for them. Thank you.
Maybe in less than a second, I'll say relevance and focus. If, for example, those students who are seated at the back there, you tell them, you go to this Kabete National Polytechnic to learn how to grow wine, to learn how to grow grapes and make wine. They will definitely come.
All right. That's where we finish at. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panelists, tafadhali. I will ask that we approach the podium as we take our group photo. And for you, the audience, for being an amazing, for sticking around till the end, I want to appreciate you. Do you know how? Yes. Can you guess? You said yes. Can you guess? Sorry? How? Wanasema makofi ya nyayo. Hiyo ni gani? Okay. So let's do it, basi. At the count of 3, in 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4. Funga. Fungua. Asanteni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now release us to go home. But the panelists, you could walk out this way as you receive your gifts. We are very kind people. We like to gift people when they do a good job. So walk out this way as you receive your gifts. So let's be upstanding. I will invite a volunteer for a closing prayer. A volunteer for a closing prayer. Anyone? Yes. Oh, I thought you were volunteering to pray. Anyone? Yes, please pray for us.
Let's pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we want to thank you, to honor you, and to exalt your holy name, Father. Thank you for being with us the whole of this day, our Father and our God. Thank you for talking to us so that now we are able now to be able to concentrate on what has been going on in this conference. We want to honor you and also to commit you so that as they continue to do this great work, our Father and our God, you continue to guide the principal and also the entire fraternity of Kabete National Polytechnic. We thank you for each one of us and also the government of Kenya. Continue to be with us and to guide us. Our humble prayer, in Jesus' name we pray and believe.
Thank you so much. Tumpigie makofi. Santeni, ladies and gentlemen. See you again tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Let's keep time. Safe travels and have a good night.